kind of erratic stream on the Overanalyst channel today. We are back with more Bloodborne after a day off. And I do apologize, there is a storm raging around in my city, and it doesn't seem to be a very bad one by the standards of Tennessee. Like, not a lot of rain, anything like that, but as I understand it, there is a fair amount of lightning. And maybe 15 minutes ago, it caused my, my internet to go on the fritz. Everything should be stable now, but if the stream abruptly cuts for some time, that's your explanation. I am very sorry about that, but it's just one of those days that conspired to keep me from broadcasting. So, if you recall, last time around, we burned so many blood vials on the Healing Church assassin prowling around Bergenworth, really the only real challenge there, that we ended up, well, needing to farm for some. And instead of farming the old traditional way, I decided to, well, show off some new content at least, and delve into the first of the game's 10 or so Chalice dungeons, and we fought 3 exciting new bosses there, none of which were terribly hard given our level and how far we've upgraded this cane, but was certainly nice stuff to see, you know what I mean? Now we have more than enough blood echoes to buy a ton of blood vials, which we may do, but before we do that, I do want to cut through Central Yhar'gul one more time to see if we can't farm a few more blood vials the old-fashioned way. Notice that since we've been to the Hypogean jail and the workshop as well, we have a couple lamps available from the Unseen headstone. This one, unlike the other two, deals specifically with those things that I guess technically are part of Yhar'gul's urban infrastructure. They're not, like, out far removed from the city like the Frontier is, but are not a part of the city itself. Those things hidden, secreted away in, like, the darker areas of the city. So let's see, let's just start here in the sick room, because while we're here, I can show you something. You may recall that we had the option to send those friendly NPCs, well, friendly by Yhar'gulite standards anyway, to Erdin Chapel or this clinic. And we deliberately... Hey, Kyle, thanks for the host, man. Hope you're having a good day so far. We deliberately avoided sending anyone here, despite the fact that the attending physician seemed very pleasant.
Oh, hello. You made it. Find any survivors? Or only beasts? Tell anyone who's human about Yusefka's clinic. I will take proper care of them. They're in your hands, and soon, mine. If you find anyone, you can please.
Right. So, you may notice, I think it's this game where this happens. At a certain point, Yusefka's voice actress actually changes, and I think that might have been it. Somebody else is providing her lines, hint, hint. And she seems fairly desperate to get human survivors over here. Now, still, if you were playing through this blind, that wouldn't seem all that suspicious or off-putting yet. But trust me, we don't want to send anybody over here. We'll be able to find our way to the second story of the clinic later, like through a back way. And, yeah, we have to find our way all the way around. And once we do, we'll be able to get some answers as to why exactly we don't want anybody, like, slumming around Yusefka's clinic. Now, if we just clear our way through Central Yhar'gul one more time, we should get some more blood vials. And then we can buy a few more, of course. For one of, on the whole, the weakest weapons in the game, this upgraded cane deals pretty solid damage at this point. Especially considering how fast it is, and the very generous arcs of attack on the... Oh, let's get the Executioner. He usually has bullets. Or, not bullets. Blood vials, my bad. Ooh. Totally worth it. 4 vials. Now if we get just a few more from these folks, we will be good to go for our first attempt at the Bergenworth boss. Notice we can just cut through the entire crowd really easily now. And it's really coming down out there. And we are more than good on bullets. We have a very healthy stock of Quicksilver. We're also more than good on blood echoes. I always forget about this guy. Not like it matters at this point. Hey MC, how's it going, man? Hope you're having a good day so far. The hunters with the cutlasses are probably the toughest ones to deal with. Out of the normal hunter variants anyway. I'm not taking into consideration the weird transformed ones. Goodness gracious, I apologize if all you can hear is the roaring of the thunder. It's... MC says I spent most of my day on Patapon near the climatizer. I forget, is that pretty far into the game? It was nice. Yeah, good, glad to hear it. It's been ages since I played Patapon. I remember next to nothing about it, aside from the very funky tree that oversees, like, some of the upgrades, or, like, cooking, I think. And the incredible audio-visual design of the game. I remember very little about specifics. Or in the way of specifics, I should say. Oh, you'll also notice we finally have new armor, the Bergenworth student robes, that are totally not just Hogwarts robes repurposed. Not at all. Oh, no, sorry. Sorry, MC, like, near the AC was cooling down and playing. I gotcha. I've never heard an AC unit referred to in such a way. That must be nice with all the heat you guys have been putting up with recently. And yes, I will... Just your daily reminder that somehow I am a person with multiple degrees. God almighty. There's very little in the way of actual rain in this storm. It's just like a massive electrical storm, it sounds like. Thankfully, nothing I'm actually playing with, like, in my hands, the controller, headphones, any of that. It's actually plugged in directly to a power source, so I should be good. Also oddly appropriate, because electricity is going to be our best friend for a little while. Just as beasts are weak to fire paper, or the fire effects, anything associated directly with the old ones is for some reason weak to, This house is empty now. The house where the little girl was, Father Gascoigne's kid. Anything associated directly with the old ones is weak to electricity, I believe. And as we move through the game, we'll see there's far more of the latter than the former waiting for us. And so he says I have multiple layers of over-voltage control. Oh yeah, I've got... So lightning should never be an issue here. I've got a couple myself. And I think the PS4 is plugged into one of them in the computer. Yeah. Damn handy little tools to have. Tell you what, we were going to use an old hunter's mark. Hold on. There's something moving around near us. We're going to use an old hunter's mark to reawaken. I guess it functions like a smelling salt or something. There we go. We'll head back to Hunter's Dream. Buy some blood vials specifically to stockpile them for the immediate future, and then level up a couple times. Trust me, we're gonna want to do that because we're facing down a little gauntlet where we've got a genuinely challenging boss, followed up by, in my opinion, probably the toughest section of the game to navigate through, like in terms of levels.
What is it? Very well.
How many times can we level? Just 2? Okay. I will... Don't want to just keep dumping them into skill if it doesn't matter. Or if we get, like, diminishing returns. Let's say 1 endurance, 1 vitality.
Farewell, May.
Now, blood vials, right. These little guys should sell them. Yep, they sell up to 20. And we'll buy 10. Or no, they sell an infinite amount. Good. We'll buy as many as we can. That was 19. Now then, it's, oh boy, it's time to do this. Fight our way, kinda sorta, back to Master Willem. Or, Provost Willem. And we can travel to the most beautiful area in the entire game, really astoundingly, but simply designed. And fight our first old one. The first of maybe 5 or 6 you get to square off against across the main game and DLC. Now, if you remember, he was up in the Lanarium. I think we've looted all we can from Bergenworth. We could summon someone here if we want. Oh, no. I didn't mean to summon them. I did not mean to summon them at all. Whoops. Oh, MC says I was looking for climatizer as a word. This is just me thinking of the French word instead of the proper English one. So it's like the best or most appropriate translation. I gotcha. Goodbye, Damien. We don't need you. Oh no, the bell-ringing woman is here. Well, this will give us a good lesson in hunting her down. I just meant to see who the NPC was. I didn't mean to actually summon them in. That bell will summon in other players to invade you, I believe. And she says, Climaticia is the French word for AC. I see. Here she is. Just like those from the Chalice dungeons, albeit with more health. Goodbye. Oh, she gives us a ton of blood echoes, though. The bell-ringing woman is left and the sound of the sinister bell is ceased. Or climb, for short. I gotcha. Thanks for sharing. Again, I learned something today that is not related to true crime, as that is going to be I'm thrilled. My first reading assignment for this semester is Truman Capote's In Cold Blood. I adore my advisor for assigning books like that. So as we'll see, all Willem will do is point out toward the promontory. And, well, what is there here? There seems to be something glowing, not the reflection of the moon, but something glowing in the lake. You can already see where this is going. It's going someplace really, really stunning. We plunge into the lake from the promontory, and welcome to my favorite area in the game, Moonside Lake. MC says time for Endless Sea crab fight. More or less, yes. This absolutely stunning area, which quite brilliantly shows off the water physics that they were able to generate for this game, or the water effects, I should say. Absolutely stunning. Is my favorite location in the entire game in terms of visual design. It's so striking, it's so distinct, both in terms of, well, what color there is, but also, like, just the environment itself. This is totally removed from the cramped, claustrophobic feeling of Yhar'gul and even, like, the outlying areas. This place is open, it is expansive, it is infinite. And there's some kind of creature here. This, of course, is our boss. This is Rom, the vacuous, or the mindless, spider. And just like the Duke's dear Freya, this absolutely disgusting thing was once a perfectly normal spider that was subjected to insight-related experimentation from, or at the hands of Byrgenwerth's faculty. And amazingly, she was able to be transformed into an old one, or at the very least, a vessel for their power. She now resembles something made of stone, or... well, stone or coral or something, more than, obviously, a typical spider. And she is actually being used by what remains of the Byrgenwerth faculty in Healing Church to fuel, essentially, a great eldritch ward, keeping the power of the other old ones from directly interfering in Yhar'gul's daily life. But since something is going horribly wrong here, our mission is simple. We have to kill her and break the seal in order to make our way to the other old ones that are behind the bestial plague and so much of the city's other troubles, at least in theory. Again, as we're going to find out, Yhar'gul did this to itself. The old ones are actually not to blame, and in many cases are perfectly benevolent, and, well, hopefully resolve the issue. Rom here again, as you could assume by the name, is completely mindless. She has no idea what she's doing, and basically acts as a massive living battery. So we're going to be killing another innocent being, good old Dark Souls, but we can't feel too bad about it, because, and I say this completely seriously, in my opinion, Rom is one of the hardest fights in the base game. She does not move at all. And I believe she has all of one direct attack. She can, like, flail around and try to hit you with her body. But, oh man, the way this fight is designed, it will wear down your health instantly, and your weapon's durability quite quickly as well. Because Rom and, well, her ads that we'll see shortly, which are the real threats, are incredibly good at wearing down your weapon's durability, especially if you make the mistake of whacking them in their stone-like, god-awful faces. Oh, that's disgusting, and it's beautiful. MC says, do you remember the impossible level from Patapon, where you have to fail a mission and get a catapult? I think so. That sounds familiar. So let's do this. Vacuous spider time. Kyle asks, where's Jesus? Not here. These are our... This is our god. Oh god, I'm not ready for this. Here they come. So these. Rom Spawn are the actual, like, threat here. They have a couple attacks, basic claw attacks, and then they can also do a diving attack head first that will absolutely destroy your HP. And Rom herself, at least until Phase 2, has no means of defending herself whatsoever. In addition to, like, that little flailing physical attack, she can perform, a series of magic attacks that are excellent at crowd control, and oh god, that's the attack that will destroy you. You see that? That was one hit from a spider. The entire fight's like that. MC says, well, that Patapon mission is not actually impossible, and I did it without the catapult. Then exited the level before the flag to not miss a few important things. Wow, congratulations, man. MC says, wow, you need some newspaper for that. Yes, you do. And the way the fight works, every time you get a few hits in on Rom, and as you saw, she doesn't have the most health in the world, so no issues there. She will teleport across the arena, and every time she does, she spawns a new brood of spiders in addition to the one you've just fought, or whatever's left of the one you fought your way through. What this means is, unless you take the time to whittle her brood down, it will eventually overwhelm you. And adding to this, once we get her down to about 2/3 health, she will start raining down icy meteors from the sky. Oh, look at them, they just appear from thin air. And their priority, of course, is protecting her. And if we hit them in the head, even with like a Molotov, does nothing. Nothing at all. So the way you want to do this, if I recall, again, this is one of the harder fights for me, is thin the herd as best you can without allowing them to just overwhelm you. Or gang up on you. As that would leave you open to attack from multiple angles. And then run around her flank and attack like her exposed sides as much as you can before she teleports. Then these guys become way less problematic. We might actually want... No, we do not want the whip for this because that'll swing right into their heads. I like this idea for a fight. I like it a lot in a game like this. You have been trained to play ultra aggressively through the entire game, and you're fighting a boss that excels at defense. That is not aggressive in the least and is actually trying to avoid you. And that has a team of really dedicated and effective blockers running interference for it. Now, when they're all at distance, though, we can just wail on her. Again, just the visuals of this fight are breathtaking, so I don't mind being stuck here for a little while. Now, the spiders themselves, like the spawn, they do not drop any blood echoes. They are, I think, artificial. Like, this is just her powers working more or less autonomously. Now she can, I think, call some more backup in before she teleports, which is not fun, but will rarely do so. If the fight were just this, it wouldn't be too bad. But remember, we're going to have to be doing this, or dealing with this, while she begins attacking us herself before long. Yep, there she goes. Round 2. And Rom's attacks, even though they're indirect, friggin' hurt. The idea here is, unlike, say, the Shadows of Yhar'gul or something. Yep, here she comes. Get ready for a whole lot of that. Unlike, say, the Shadows of Yhar'gul, Cleric Beast, Vicar Amelia, the boss here is not aggressive in the least and is not constantly attacking you. But deals an obscene amount of damage compared to those bosses. Like, obscene. What on earth did it drop? Cold Blood? Oh, Madman's Knowledge. Yeah, I'd probably go crazy too if I knew about this. No wonder Yhar'gul's all messed up. This is one of their gods. So now we've got to thin the herd enough. Oh no. That's... Oh, it's technically an AoE. That's right. And even though she's not super aggressive, combined with the spiders and their ridiculous damage output, she can keep you on your toes really easily. I have no idea what exactly determines her attacks, as she seems to go inert for pretty long periods of time. And she says, you know, casually creating lull. Yeah, kind of. Except what actually makes this even more disturbing, to me anyway, is she is still just a regular animal with no more intelligence than that should imply. She has absolutely no idea what she's doing. Uh-oh. Okay, now that we've thinned the herd a little, we could probably go back in for Mama. I do love, like, the little face plant. It's the most damaging attack, I think, in the entire fight, but I love the look of it. So as long as you keep an eye on Rom and don't let, like, her spawn overwhelm you, the fight's manageable. It's, for a character like mine who isn't that strong, it can be slow as hell, but manageable. Notice that her preferred, like, self-defense tactic is to back away from us and, like, put us in the line of sight of the brood. If you do this really well, I think you can take her down inside of, like, 3 distinct phases, separated by teleportations. For enemies that don't appear anywhere else in the game that as I'm aware, these spiders have a pretty diverse moveset, don't they? Again, whoever designed this fight was an absolute genius. Uh-oh. Yep, there it goes. That's her close-range AoE. MC says it's also a nice change from DS2 spiders. Oh, yes. Let's go ahead and throw some bolt paper on that, help us get through this just a little quicker. She's either weak to electricity because she's an old one, or weak to, weak to fire because she's technically like a normal animal still. It's one or the other. Regardless, we're getting some kind of damage boost against the brood like this. God damn, they hurt. Also notice this is a boss that, to the best of my knowledge, well, actually I'm absolutely certain we cannot parry at all. No! No! Yeah, this fight is, this one's tough. Really tough, if I'm being honest. Because you make a single mistake and you're dead. Most of the other fights in this game did not share that. Did not share that trait, and they don't. I don't know that there's another boss after her that functions similarly in that regard, where, like, if you get hit by a single attack, that's it. It's well, no, there's one more. The trade-off being, it is physically the weakest boss in the game. Rom's actually fairly tanky. So I'm thinking we may want to be at least slightly more aggressive, because, like, chewing through her health bar is going to be much easier for us than having to deal with an entire football team's worth of spiders every time we fail. Spiders have really good range, though, for what they are, and their AI is phenomenal when it comes to providing coverage for her. Well, we wore her down somewhat, but she's got an impressive amount of health for a boss at this stage. You know what? She's kind of like a Dark Soul, or a boss with the Dark Souls design philosophy, using Bloodborne's engine and mechanics. I think that's pretty interesting, actually. And you can actually get a good few hits in on her in the middle of her transformation, or teleportation animation. Here she comes. The good news is, if you actually constantly keep a bead on her, her attacks are not hard to avoid at all. Save maybe that AoE if you're in the middle of like a really hefty combo or maneuver. Ow. God. Now, I've noticed, though, that once the spiders get too far out from Rom, they kind of seem to forego any type of aggression whatsoever, by and large, in favor of, like, scuttling back round to Mom. It would be great if there was some kind of friendly fire mechanic where you could, like, guide the ice shards into taking out the spawn instead. And once we're through with her, we get to move on to probably the most difficult area to maneuver through in the entire game. Possibly DLC notwithstanding, as I have no first-hand experience with that. How did that spider go? Did we... I guess we killed it. We clipped it somehow. Even with her spells, once the brood are cleared out, she can't do too much in the way of defending herself. I think they inevitably go for, like, the leaping attack. Not that one, but, like, the little leaping claw attack. When they start, like, hopping sideways to strafe. Put themselves on an even keel with us. Nope. Nope. Ah, shit. Okay. Okay, we got this, though. We got this. Football team's back in action. That might actually be her most dangerous attack. She may also, I don't know, but may become a bit more aggressive as the fight goes on. Well, as aggressive as this thing can be, really. Hope everybody's having a great day so far. Thanks to all of you who are tuned in to the stream live, or if you're catching this as a VOD after the fact. Thanks for your patronage, either way. I remember when I was young, me and, or younger, like when the game first came out, 5 years ago, if you can believe it, wow. Me and a couple of my friends experimented with, like, just rushing straight through and trying to burn her down. And if you were super lucky, you could get to the third phase really quickly, but then, oh, that was about it. These spiders do not play when it comes to guarding the boss. Oh no, she was using the standard AoE, or the close range AoE. Alright. Man, I wish you could get at least some blood echoes from these suckers, know what I mean? She's gonna be able to get away one more time, but then we may just need to find an opening, run on in, and burn her down. Uh-oh. No! Okay. Whew. Oh, that was bad. That was so bad. Man, the range on that is insane! Especially for a pretty short wind-up, right? Like, that's not just me. Her mid-range attack is pretty easy to dodge, provided you know the telegraph for it. Now maybe she can't... Well, she can't spam that, but she can spam her other attacks. Oh, there's her physical attack, for what it's worth. Ow. Huh, she's really going all in on the physical attacks, eh? Is this it? Will she not teleport again? I did not know there was necessarily a limit on those. Maybe if we can get her to do the, like... Well, that'll work too. This is a pathetic looking fight, I know. There we go! Okay, so not the cleanest victory, but we got her. And we got akin cold blood. This is a massive disbursement of cold blood associated specifically with those things, mortal things, sired by the old ones. And there's a figure off in the distance. Somebody really important to the story who we don't get much background on or even see all that much unless we go through all the Chalice dungeons. So this is the Queen, Queen Yhar'gul. So we've got a baby and a blood moon. This sounds promising, right? That means, friends, that the seal separating this world from that of the old ones, which is not all too strong to begin with, seeing as how Amygdala is just clinging onto the side of Erdin Chapel, has been broken. And we can track them down to get, hopefully, some kind of answers about what's going on in Yhar'gul. See, depending on the your reading of the lore in this game... Oh yeah, ritual secret broken, seek the nightmare newborn. The nightmare newborn. That's brilliant. Yeah, we've been brought to a chapel with another Amygdala present in it. This is actually at the bottom of that little optional path we saw, with all of the Snatchers and, like, Yhar'gul hunters in the Cathedral Ward. Our destination is at the bottom of the stairs, but with that kidney stone, you remember we got from the, I think it was the forest? We can actually take a little trip to the home world of the old ones with Amygdala, which we shall do in time. But first things first, I want to explore the rest of this area. We've got lead elixirs, somewhat useful consumables. There we go. We've got an executioner here for some reason. And you may notice that the world state has changed once again. I think this might be the final time it does so. There are now these beautiful but strange purple formations of smog or miasma moving across the sky. Yep, we've gone full-on cosmic horror, and baby, it feels so good. Okay, there are riflemen taking pot shots at me. I don't dig that at all. Almost like they're trying to keep something in, yeah? I'll tell you what, actually. We'll come back to Amygdala in due time. We're gonna grab a lamp really quick. Little late on the pickup there, buddy. And welcome now properly to Yhar'gul, the Unseen Village. This is a city run by a secret, very, very malefic society that has actually been hidden under Yhar'gul for ages. Notice that those enemies vanished because there's bell-ringing women here who are constantly going to summon blood specters of Yhar'gul hunters until we cut them down. Statues of Amygdala all around this beautiful blood moon that doesn't look terrifying in the least. And look, several Amygdalas. The most numerous of the old ones. Just kind of... Oh yeah, these guys really do pack a punch now. But clinging to the sides of buildings all around here. Clearly things ain't okay in this part of town. Though, maybe the folks who run Yhar'gul would contest that. So in addition to the Amygdalas, we also have statues of these things. I'm not entirely sure what they are. I don't know that we ever see any exactly like that in the game, but clearly, unlike Yhar'gul, where it was kind of hush-hush, or implicit, Yhar'gul is explicit about its veneration of eldritch deities, and that was a Blood Spectre rifleman, wasn't it? Okay, I'm getting out of here. Bye-bye. We will be back, don't worry. Things have also changed in the Hunter's Dream. As you can see, the sky not only beginning to clear a bit, but also these ominous red clouds showing up all throughout the region.
Welcome. What is it? Good hunter. Your presence somehow soothes. I sense the ancient echoes. They course your veins. Farewell.
So the doll's happy to have us around. We haven't spoken with Gurman since the beginning of the game.
The moon is close. It will be a long hunt tonight. If the beasts loom large and threaten to crush your spirits, seek a holy chalice, as every hunter before you has.
Already got one of those, thanks.
Will reveal the tomb of the gods, where hunters partake in communion.
Translation. Be sure to use them, ritual chalices to access chalice dungeons, because some of them have really cool and in some cases unique goods and armor available to you.
Holy chalices lie deep within the tomb of the gods, and the few that found their way to the surface were lost again in the hands of men. But if the old hunter tales remain true, one of the holy chalices is worshipped in the valley hamlet.
Already got it, man.
Yet the town is in disarray. It was burned and abandoned for fear of the scourge. Home now only to beasts. The perfect place for a hunter, wouldn't you say? One of the hope.
Okay. That's all he's got for us for now. What about these runes? Would we like a new one? Damage reduction, 3%, eh. Max stamina, that's very good. Visceral attacks restore HP. Why don't we go for more blood echoes from the Carol rune of the moon? And while we're out here, I'm actually going to use some insight to purchase a couple things. Specifically Jura's set, the Grey Wolf / Ashen Hunter set, for a total of 6 insight, I think. Because we've got more than enough insight to make up the difference now between the old one's knowledge, or the old one's wisdom and the madman's knowledge. Like so, 1. And 2. We're not going to use the umbilical cord, we need it. Is a thing I just said. We'll go ahead and try out our new armor just for now. Attire of the retired hunter Jura, painted with ash in a ceremony to ward off blood. Jura is known through his contact with the powder kegs, the heretics of the workshop. He's said to have been both uncommonly kind and dreadfully foolish. Jura felt defeated by the state of Old Yhar'gul and renounced his hunter's vows. It's a pretty cool looking set as they go. This Worn Wolf cap was his trademark, and that's all the new lore the cap has for us. Yeah, check this out. This is pretty nice, actually, I think. Not all that crazy about, like, the bandage eye, or the cloth eye patch, but the rest of this looks pretty decent. It's not so much my style as, like, Gascoigne's or the student's robes, but looks pretty cool for us to wear for the next little while. And, really questioning whether we should get the Blades of Mercy with some of our cold blood. I've heard they're really good. And in fact, yeah, screw it. I don't think I've ever directly played around with them. We'll use our Frenzied Cold Blood. 6,000 echoes, not bad, not bad. And our Thick Cold Blood. 12,600, very good. This should allow us to upgrade the Blade of Mercy as well. I think something special about the Blades of Mercy, or special attribute they have, is their, like, strike animation, in either form, I believe, becomes faster and faster the more successive hits you land within a short span of time. it also now has absolutely exceptional skill scaling. So if we go down here, what do we want to throw in there? We've got new blood gemstones too, can't forget about that. Poison, physical attack. Sure. Oh, additional skill scaling. That's very good, actually. So additional skill scaling. Rapid poison. Nice. Just more attack. Oh, it also does magic damage? That's interesting. I guess I'll go ahead and add the rapid poison effect. That doesn't sound too... Well, attack up. Yeah, we'll do attack up for now. We'll play around with more experimental stuff later. And, murky blood gemstone. There we go. Now let's actually try this sucker out. So we've got a dagger with some very fast attacks. And in its transformed state, yeah, you split it into 2 different weapons. Oh, that's a pretty good moveset, actually. Okay, let's give this sucker a try then. We will start out by heading to Yhar'gul, and then going to visit Amygdala. Because if we let that specific Amygdala grab us with the tonsil stone in our inventory, it will take us to, again, the realm of the old ones, for a little bit at least, where we can explore a pretty short area, gain some new loot and goodies, things like that. Now, one thing, the Blades of Mercy have nowhere near the range that my cane did, so I'm gonna be cautious about that. I may really miss that particular aspect of the cane, but oh my god. Looks like it does, or these do more than enough damage to make up for it in most scenarios. And, like, one attack drains, like, next to nothing of our stamina. Alright, let's do this. So we stand up here on the... No? Or do we allow it to grab us? Must be allow it to grab you. If not, it'll just probably kill us. You know, no big deal. Yeah, so it frenzies us, drives us crazy, then teleports us.
Oh, Amygdala, have mercy on the poor bastard.
You may not remember it, but that was the guy that gave us the tonsil stone in the forest. And does that voice sound kind of familiar to some of you guys? It should. Again, we're about to get a nice quick lesson in how to do a callback to an earlier game in a series right. So we are here in the lecture building, actually part of Bergenworth College that was sucked out of its proper place and transplanted into the realm of the old gods. I wish we got to see more of this particular realm over time, but, well, we don't. There's 3 sort of old god areas. This is the first, and it's very short. Oh, but look, there's someone we can talk to. This is the asshole that sent us here. And that face should look kind of familiar.
What a joy it is to behold the divine. It must be such a pleasure.
MC says, I love that insight increased. Yeah, no, anytime we interact with the old gods in like a new or meaningful way, or any new bosses, we get insight. That's a really cool feature. So this is Patches. The same Patches, at least in terms of personality and the like, from Dark Souls minus... Or with one substantial change we'll see once we break our way in there. He is not a merchant, I don't believe. He just wanted to kidnap us to sacrifice us to the amygdala.
Take the plunge.
Amygdala, as its name would suggest, is an old one associated with fear and distortion. And it, or they, as we've seen, it seems to have multiple bodies or something like that, or there's more than one of it. Feeds specifically on like the emotional responses of those sacrificed to us. So Patches, now instead of a man who hates clerics being some kind of religious fanatic, wanted to feed us to his god.
Are your feet? Oh, see.
MC says kill all the amygdala. Well, we can't kill them all. Or we can't kill it permanently. I'm still foggy on whether or not it's meant to be one being with multiple bodies, or if it's like an entire species. But later on, we will get to throw down with one as an optional boss fight. So you can see there doesn't seem to be a whole lot in a lot of these places, but we are going to have to track down the faculty and the students who have been turned into goo for some reason. Yeah, I feel that way after finals too. These Bergenworth scholars, or what's left of them, typically I think have pretty decent, like, physical damage resistance, but since the Blades of Mercy deal, quite a bit of... Thank you, MC, thank you very much. We got a lecture theater key off the, instructor who... No, sorry, I look like the students after finals I take. I look exactly like this after finals I grade. These guys are pretty resistant to physical attacks, but I believe since we deal some kind of magic damage, or some measure of magic damage, with our Blades of Mercy, they'll allow us to cut them down a bit faster. Exit Dust, first off, welcome to the stream. I believe this is our first time seeing you in the chat. So glad you could join us today, and I hope you're having a good one so far. Asks, will Patches put you down a hole like in the Souls games? No. His entire role is in getting us teleported to the lecture building fairly early on. He'll give us a special item called the Tonsil Stone that will allow us to be teleported here by amygdala instead of just killed, which is usually what happens if one of the amygdala grab you. We got another student's uniform. This one isn't quite as nice as the other. It's lacking the overcoat. Or like the cloak, I should say. Oh, this is your first time. Well, welcome, Exit Dust. I hope you enjoy the streams. So we can open the door. We're not going to do that yet. That could be a bad idea. We want to explore more or less the entirety of the lecture being... You are wonderful. I'm so glad to hear it. We want to explore the entirety of the lecture building because what is outside is certain to destroy us at this level. We do not want to go deeper into the nightmare, as this realm is referred to, colloquially. Thank you very much, Exit Dust. I will try. And if you'd like to keep up to date with this, feel free to join our Discord. I think a permanent link should be available in at the bottom of the Twitch page's description. Oh, here they all are. Class is out of session. I don't remember the, like, poison spit attack, but that is a thing. Okay, we've got the wrong weapon for this. Blades of Mercy, pretty great overall. Against something like this, certainly not. We want our whip. Oh no, looks like they are not resistant to physical damage. That is me misremembering or confusing them with the slimes, the, like, non-humanoid slimes from Dark Souls. These guys, yeah, don't seem too resilient. Oh, but there's so many of them. Look, they're actually, like, kind of glitching out, or, like, they're experiencing some frame skip. I think a lot of enemies in this game have, like, separate animations or models with fewer frames that are used specifically to represent them at a greater distance from the player character to avoid, like, overloading the system. But there were so many enemies there, I think some of them switched to their simplified model anyway, or their simplified sprite set. Animation set? Animation set, there we go. MC asked, the better question is, will he patches his relation afterwards? Oh, no. Unlike the first patches in Dark Souls, this guy will not sell us anything. So, once I'm able to get my hands on him, he's dying very quickly. And also, they say they really like that biology class on slugs. I guess so. I actually really like their design. It's inhuman in a kind of pitiful way that's not seen anywhere else in the game. The old ones have a lot of very interesting transformations that they bestow upon their followers, but none are quite like this. They're all dropping sedatives, though, which are pretty useful items we can use to reduce or temporarily resist, like, frenzy buildup. Now, what on earth was all of that for? I suppose we cut through the lecture theater to reach over here. Well, hold on. We have an item description to read first to find out what exactly is going on here. Today, the two-story lecture building is adrift in the nightmare, but it was once a place of reflection where scholars learned of history and archaeology. Perhaps it still is, as the students in the lecture theater appear to await the return of their professor. Wish they would be, like, totally passive or something if you were wearing the Bergenworth scholar outfit, like they mistake you for their instructor. Be interesting. MC says they could have just spent too much time in the realm being trapped and all. Well, nothing but messages here. That's clever. The implication is this entire area is Amygdala's territory, and it transforms them painfully and slowly. Oh, we got ourselves a new, artifact. One I don't have enough arcane to use yet, and don't have much interest in doing, but is pretty interesting for its lore implications. This is the Augur of Abraeus, remnant of the Eldritch Truth encountered at Bergenworth. It is literally just like a luminescent slug. Use phantasms, the invertebrates known to be augurs of the Great Ones, to partially summon abandoned Abraeus. The initial encounter marked the start of an inquiry into the cosmos from within the old labyrinth, i.e. the same structure that houses the Thumerian labyrinth, and led to the establishment of the Choir. The Choir are the leadership of the Healing Church, and it was one of them that acted as kind of a human mini-boss in the Bergenworth College admin building. The woman with the threaded cane and the gold headdress, she was a member of the Choir. And that attack she used where she lashed out at us with, like, pretty solid range tentacles, that was the effect of the Augur of Abraeus. The other artifact she used, I think I mentioned this while we were fighting her, the one that, like, could kill me in one of a dozen homing shots sent off around the room, was called a Call Beyond. And it'll be some time before we get our hands on it, and I don't know for certain that we'll ever actually be able to use it, as the arcane requirement for it's pretty hefty. Hello. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Wrong button. Are we... No? Okay. Madman's knowledge, a lot of it, as you'd expect. Anything else in here, though? No, not now. We may need to come back here at a later time to actually get, you know, everything. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a way to get teleported to the second floor of the lecture hall, and that's how we'll be able to work our way back down around to Patches. For now, we may have everything the lecture floor has to offer. MC says, fun fact, choir is choral in French. Choral? Choral? There we go. But the verb choir means to fall. That is interesting. Wonder what the etymology there is.
Are you? Oh, see.
Yeah, so Patches is just encouraging us to step outside and feed ourselves to the monsters of the nightmare, which is not what we're going to be doing. We are going to be heading outside, but only to get our hands on a lamp, I think. And then we are hoofing it right on back to Yhar'gul. Nothing but nightmares here. Yep. Yep, this looks normal. Welcome to the Nightmare Frontier. It is, a very interesting place in terms of visual design. Not that interesting in terms of what we actually find here. You'll notice there's a bunch of headstones here, as was the case. What? Here? Oh, that's not good. That could summon in invaders. We don't want to do that. Just really quickly. There's a bunch of headstones and regular architecture here, but they're all distorted in various ways. And many of the headstones appear to be lined with blood. We will be working our way down there in due time to fight a boss, once we're through with Yhar'gul. But for now, we're going to peel out. Can we not? Can we not use the lamp while the bell-ringing woman is here? Oh no. Oh, I'm actually gonna have to fight here, aren't I? Okay, so the major inhabitants of this area, in terms of humanoid enemies, are really, really messed up werewolves. These guys. So we've got to track down the bell ringer and slay her. Again, like, this columnar jointing on the little tiles or stones scattered around is a nice touch. The whole area... Exit Dust says you can't use the lamp when you're invaded. Oh, no, I know that, but I was, I did not know that the same applied to, being invaded by one of the bell-ringing women from Yhar'gul. I thought if there was an enemy specter, another player present in your world, then obviously you couldn't, but the rules may be different. Plenty of these little bloodstone beasties around, though, as a consolation. Oh god, look at this thing. It's so gross, I love it. They don't have the most health in the world. So this area is really expansive. Got quite a bit of verticality to it. Oh, that's bad. We've been invaded. Or that could be an NPC. Oh, I'll need to plug up my controller before long. Oh, what on earth? Nope. Nope, these guys are NPCs. Yep. Exit Dust has it right. There are two NPCs. Oh, and all this is poisonous? Never mind. Oh god, this area. We've been poisoned, but it's fine. So the bell ringer might just be here, like the first time you go through the Nightmare Frontier, to justify the fact that these other hunters are invading your world, or that they're present here. That's what I'm thinking. Oh, right, these guys. Yeah, hate them. Unlike solid land, they're no real threat, but down here, those poison-spitting creatures can be... Oh god, it's a winter lantern! Oh, that was so tight. Okay, so those are probably the most dangerous enemies in the entire game. If they are within your line of sight, not you, the character, you, the player, I'm fairly certain, in most cases. We'll go back to our lamp, thank you. Okay, it will work now. The winter lanterns, provided you have a reasonable amount of insight, which at this point in the game you really, really should, will constantly and very, very assiduously increase your frenzy meter over and over and over again. They, aside from like that grapple attack, I believe, cannot deal physical damage at all. They are pure frenzy beasts and will absolutely ruin you. Real quick, might want to buy some more blood vials, unfortunately. We're kind of going to need them. Now, normally I would never waste money on these things, but I want to keep moving through the game at a decent enough pace without stopping to farm, if we can help it. And currently we're at the point where levels cost a ton, so as long as I get through Yhar'gul decently, we should be able to level up a few times and not exhaust our full supply of blood vials. But now, remember, the blood specters in Yhar'gul deal a phenomenal amount of damage. Exodus asks, what BL are we at? Well, we will check and see. I don't know, honestly. Not been keeping super close track of it. $51. 51 is our level, I believe. Yeah. What on earth is stamina? Or, not stamina, discovery beneath stamina. That might be the likelihood of enemies dropping items or something like that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, MC asked a good question. Exodus, you seem to have a really good knowledge of the game, which I appreciate, as it's been ages since I've played this. Bloodstone chunk, finally! How much of the game have you played? MC says checking for a trend. Oh yeah, we do tend to attract, like, experts in the games we play on this channel. So the amygdalas around here will attempt to, like, grapple you, but that's it. They don't do much else. Oh, wow. Way to go. Exodus says, I 100%ed this game ages ago. I'm actually replaying it again. I was curious who's still streaming this. I'm relatively new to the whole streaming thing, so I thought, as one of our first major projects, I'd go through the Soulsborne series, plus Sekiro, as I'm really, really fond of this franchise and this type of game. Not the best at it, but really a big fan. Oh, damn it all. Yeah. So, this little entry corridor in Yhar'gul is actually one of the tougher areas in the stage, because there's just a horde of them. Oh, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. And yeah, we do have another resident expert in the house. This is one of two elements that makes Yhar'gul really, really tricky. Until you slay the bell-ringing women, and they do respawn, as most enemies do, I believe, they will keep on calling in a horde of extremely high damage output Yhar'gul hunters. No, 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 no! Bad timing. Fortunately, the bell ringer is right up here. And I believe, just like the ones in the crypt, once they go down... No, 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 their summons do not, but they become much weaker. Well, I'll take it. Take what you can get, right? It's also my first time playing with the Blades of Mercy, and I kinda love them so far. Exodus says it's more echoes, so yay. Yeah, no, they do drop a pretty generous amount of blood echoes, which I appreciate. If this were, like, one of the mainline Dark Souls series with respawning summonable enemies like this, they definitely would not. So, we got those. As you can tell from the environment, or the architecture, this is the same area as the Hypogean Jail, where we fought Dark Beast Pearl earlier in the game. It'll be some time before we get back there, though, and I believe, for some time, the Hypogean... Oh! An electrified, or an electric element blood gem. That might actually come in handy on down the line. Now, the other really tricky thing about Yhar'gul, as we'll see in due time, is there is a particular enemy in this area that will absolutely devastate you quite easily. Now, our bell ringer's right over there, and she's just going to be calling in some pretty beefy backup. What we want to do, once I remember the way to her, is to make a beeline for her. Oh, dear. And cut her down just as quick as we can. Spectre of one of the old wheelchair men. That's an interesting summon. And they didn't even go for the really fun model with the chain gun. Am I allowed to give spoilers, Exodus asked? So MC would rather not have spoilers. But I guess if you use maybe ambiguous language, so to speak, you could, like, communicate or ask questions of me. Oh, Exodus said it's about the bit he said about going back to jail. Yeah. No, the Hypogean Jail is an area we've already been, in this playthrough anyway. And we'll be getting back there very, very soon. MC, I don't know if you saw the VOD from a couple days ago, but that's when we cleared the jail. Yeah, and Exodus says it changes when the moon goes red. That's right, it does. It does. It becomes host to, honestly, probably the trickiest encounter in Yhar'gul, which we'll see very, very shortly. But also, the lamp goes dark, I believe. We lose that lamp temporarily or permanently. We may have already done so. Oh, it's worth noting, not every amygdala attacks with a grapple. Like this one has some kind of bizarre incendiary laser. Just whatever, sure. And, kind of in a who's who of standard humanoid enemies, the bell ringer in the next section is summoning Hemwick witches. A lot of them. Oi, oi, oi. Okay, we definitely want to be able to switch between these two weapons. Oh, right, you're still here. Oh, my god. I want to say that the phantasmal versions of these enemies are also way more aggressive than the standard variants. So we do have choices here. Their voices are now more distorted than usual, I think. And if we want to carry on, this is going to be tricky. I may not get this my first attempt. We're going to have to make it past Amygdala's gigantic incendiary laser. which thankfully does have friendly fire associated with it. No! Oh, I thought I cleared it somehow, but... yeah, this is the experience of this whole area. It's probably the least pleasant to navigate through for a totally blind player, in my experience, like watching other people's playthroughs. This one gets really rough, and we're not quite to the part where it gets as unforgiving as it possibly can. That's when we finally make it down to street level. Oh no, you don't. I'm fairly certain amygdala... Bloodstone chunk, thank you. Fires its laser in the exact same pattern every time. I could be wrong, but I think so. My god! Well, there goes 11,000 echoes. Not because of amygdala, though. Actually, just because the Hemwick witches are so relentless now. Yeah, this is where it gets really rough. Oh, but it doesn't let off once we're in the chapel, because then we have a really challenging fight that we only have to clear once. Finally, there are some non-respawning enemies in this nightmare of a stage. But then, once we make it down to street level, all bets are off, because we're going to be fighting the enemies that, regardless of their actual difficulty, I'm fairly certain I fare the worst against out of the entire game. Minus the DLC. Again, I've seen a friend play the DLC. I have never actually taken it on myself. Okay, so he dropped a blood vial, that'll be helpful. No! Ah. Right on top of it. And yes, I can confirm now. These witches are way faster and more aggressive than the normal ones. Also, they seem to be able to survive the laser just fine. Huh. Sorry, we're just having to, like, bum rush the same section over and over again, but things will improve once we're past that one particular area, I promise. MC says this is getting old. 1. Oh, you're telling me. Now, oddly enough, unlike, say, the Frontier, which had multiple zones associated with it, or the actual Yhar'gul headstone that has multiple, like, different zones associated with it, aside from the Healing Church Workshop, I want to say the hidden headstone only teleports us to Yhar'gul. This is the only area of the... It goes wide. It goes wide. I'm so sorry, but god damn it! And fighting the witches wouldn't be much help, I don't think, because they'd just come back almost instantly. Yhar'gul is the only area, really, like, extensive area that this headstone corresponds with, and I think you can see why. It's not a very large area, all told. Really, it's not. But it's hard as hell, and has a great deal of story significance. I would like to remind you as well that this place has just been hiding underneath Yhar'gul for God knows how long, as part of the same city, and apparently most people just had no idea it was here. Well, let's try thinning the herd a little bit. Alright. Oh, come on. That might help with the worst of it. Fortunately, you do get a fair amount of, or an amount of fair warning. How? So I think, as long as the laser's active there, regardless of what we're seeing, more or less the entire stairway is a dead zone. It's been ages since I played this game, so I'd be able to remember otherwise, but it looks like we have to wait in a safe area until the laser passes the staircase if we want any shot of actually making it into the chapel. Oh, right. They've got a musketeer as well. Of course they do. This is Bloodborne's answer to the Shrine of Amana. It's a really, really difficult area that, in my opinion, gets quite close to the line of what actually constitutes reasonable difficulty in design and what just constitutes outright cruelty or cheapness. But you're only ever really intended to go through it a single time, and then that's it. It's very linear, compared to most of the game's zones anyway. And once you're through, you access a brand new, series of zones that have only ever really been, kind of hinted at before. So it's fine. If we had to go through this 2 or 3 different times, or this was really common in terms of design for this game, I'd have a problem with it. As it is, it's frustrating, but it's okay. We've been talking about this during this playthrough a bit, where Bloodborne, despite being a very, very well-made game, is way, way more fond of immediate or cheap deaths, not even as punishment sometimes, but just as part of the design, than the proper Dark Souls trilogy itself is. Even than Sekiro was, actually. Exodus asks, you got some arcane resistance gear you can wear? I honestly do not know. We will take a look. I'm fairly certain Jura's set isn't gonna do the job. God, why are there so many of you? I mean, I'm getting this horrible sinking feeling that most players are expected to have way more points in vitality than I have by now. And that may be coming back to bite us. So our best arcane resistance would be the church set, which is unsurprising. Or the Bergenworth set, mixed with the church set. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. There we go. Perfect. Oh, and the lamp does still work. Or no, we have to relight it, that's right. So we're back in the Hypogean jail. Finally. And, we have this lamp now that serves much the same purpose. That's right, it's not the same floor. Yeah. Our original lamp was down there and has been extinguished. This location, or this lamp, will serve much the same purpose. We just have to work our way around to what was previously a locked door, or a barred door. I know there's more treasure over there. We will get it in due time, just not right now. Ah, there she is. This one got creative and is bringing in dogs. Oh my god! MC says, I'm wondering. Yeah? I will say for the record, I'm not playing particularly poorly by the standards of Yhar'gul. This is just a ridiculously hard stage. Not by Bloodborne standards, by, like, FromSoft standards. Oh, there's a bloodstone critter. A very resilient one. Oh, I like this. MC says, is Bloodborne trolling players as a way to please the Dark Souls is too easy crowd? Or Dark Souls 2 is too easy crowd? Given some of the design choices implemented, and Exit Dust says your weapon damage isn't really that high, though. I'm using skill-based weapons, so that's a given. But I want to say, given some of the design choices implemented for the Dark Souls 2 DLC, that is more than a possibility. That sounds pretty likely, actually. That's why this game's difficulty is so punishing compared to the previous two. Again, it's a phenomenally well-made game, but it's clear they really want to run you through the ringer. There we go. Oh, and there's a marksman just hidden on a balcony up there, because, you know, of course there is. Fortunately, they do give you a perfect avenue to drop down on him from. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Oh my god, really? Now, I could be wrong, but I think Yhar'gul is one of the last places where we'll encounter any form of our hunter buddies from the start of the game. They show up one more place, I want to say, in relatively normal forms, but... Quicksilver bullets, good. Here's the jail proper. Oh, tons of blood vials. Thank you so much. That is uncharacteristically generous. Oh, but there's a reason why. Notice, our lamp is gone. And, yeah, there's more of these weird cult members laying around, totally desiccated at this point, laying around the area. Look at that. You see that? That is an NPC hunter. There's two more. You can see one of them off there in the shadows. This is a 1-on-3. And it is going to suck. We can do it, though. We can do this. At least I think it's a 1-on-3. It might be a 1-on-2. Yeah, you can lure them. And you can do this. One of them has the nerve to use our own tools against us, One of them is using an interesting set of weapons called the Beast Claws, which are literally just the claws of beasts that have been detached. And all of them are members of the Yhar'gul Snatchers. Oh god! Oh my god! How? I don't remember that dealing that much damage. MCS, no kiting? You can, I guess, and that's... Yeah, bolt damage. I know it's bolt damage. I've been hit by that before in previous playthroughs. I'm just fairly certain it wasn't an instant kill. MC says, so happy with my Patapon progress. My army is dealing a disgusting amount of damage at this stage. How have you optimized it? So, now to my least favorite part about Yhar'gul. All that progress we made just to get to him, we've got to do it all over again. And don't you just know that at launch there were tons of people complaining that all of this was too easy? Exit Dust says, I haven't had many problems on this bit. Well, you... Not that it's a high bar, but you're more talented at this game than I am. Oh, but I was rolling Strength build with the Holy Blade. There's your answer. Yeah, somehow even in Bloodborne, like the game that emphasizes agility and aggression, Strength builds still seem to be... I'm not going to say more viable, but I'm going to say easily more survivable. Regardless of, like, health or anything like that, because even in this game you can tank through a lot of stuff. A lot of folks I know really like the Kirk Hammer. MC says, Mog'Hun, Archers, and Spearmen. Oh, that sounds nice. Oh my god. Exit Dust says Kirk Hammer lacks reach, in my opinion. That it does, but it's phenomenally powerful. Okay, let's try this again. Oh my... Where did you come from? Oh, and they're alive. Somehow. So the one with the Tonitrus is the one to watch. Like that. Oh, and the flamethrower. Nasty. And health like you would not believe. Oh, hello. Thank you. There's... The second one has, I think, the stake driver, so Jura's weapon? Yeah, we might have to play this kind of safe. Oh, that one has a cannon! Check it out, see, strapped to their back? And they're using the rifle spear, I believe. Both powder keg weapons. Nope. God, we deal, like, no damage to these guys. But good news. Once one of them's down, they are down. For good. So, as long as we bring one of them down, even though it may not be the cleanest victory, we can power our way through this encounter. Good God, you guys have a lot of health. Did I take that poison blood gem and throw it in these blades? God, I hope so. Oh my God, no! There we go. We will get through this, guys, somehow. For instance, our good friend the visceral attack still seems to be pretty handy. No! No! Ugh! Ow! Yeah, we're gonna be here a while. I'm sorry about this. Hold on, though. You can make this a little easier. Yeah, we can get slightly stronger stuff. Yep, there we go. We need plenty of bloodstone chunks now, but we've got a slightly stronger dagger. So our new lamp is the Yhar'gul chapel. I think due to their ridiculous attack speed, the Blades of Mercy are considered, like, the transformed Blades of Mercy are considered the best weapon in the game for rallying. That seems to check out. There we go. There we don't go. Get shot right off the bat. Okay. What I'd like to do is find the one that attacks us on the far end of the chapel and kite him. Yeah, that one. Oh no, here they all come. Okay, we might be able to strategize a way out of this. Maybe not. Oh, that is not a Tonitrus. That is a very special artifact. Come on. This one we may be able to take. They're almost entirely unarmored, except for the Yhar'gul helmet. Which, I mean, makes sense. Gotta represent, right? They've used a Beast Blood transformation, which I believe increases their attack damage. I don't know, that's not a weapon I'm terribly familiar with. I know it's one of the more curious options in the game. Oh! God, that is fast. No! God damn it! I thought I parried them. I thought I did. Didn't, though. Again, I'm so sorry about this. We should be progressing through this much faster, but I don't know. I've hit a wall somehow. Well, we'll just keep trying. Yeah, whatever. What am I doing wrong? I've got no idea. Maybe switch to the cane to fight the hunters. That's the only thing I can think of. Not exactly built as the most versatile character right now, so we're kind of limited. I'm so sorry you guys are having to sit through this. This should be going much more smoothly than it is. Oh, I appreciate it, Exit Dust, but I'm alright. We're going to try to do this whole thing without summoning. I generally only did so in my earlier playthroughs when it was necessary to advance a character's quest line. Unfortunately, as it would appear, I'm much better at those games than I am this one. One attack, half our health. And this is also, to be fair, given those of you who've seen our earlier streams, a hell of a difficulty spike, which generally, the Soulsborne series is pretty good at avoiding, and like this game has been up to now, but just all of a sudden, damn, they're throwing everything at you. And oddly enough, the boss of Yhar'gul is one of the easiest in the game. Like, quick enough character, such as ours, can usually keep it off its feet the entire time, much like Dark Beast Carl. So... Okay, so hopefully we get the Beast Blood, or Beast Claws fella again. Yeah, here we go. Over here. Over here. again, the amount of health these guys have via VU. This was not a problem we saw with, like, invaders, NPC invaders in earlier Dark Souls games, but the amount of health these guys have is insane. Now, regardless of difficulty, the same thing kind of holds true for NPC hunters in this game in general, even the ones that, like, help you. Like Eileen the Crow. May she rest in peace. Now, wait a minute. If you've got that beast blood, well, I'm sure my whip would probably deal more damage to you now, but it may not matter because you're dead? Dead? There we go. Oh, thank God. Okay, next. Right on time. Oh, a rune. A beast-related rune! Oh, this one's just fast as hell, and will tank through anything. God damn! Is there something I'm doing horribly wrong, like just missing here? I honestly do not know. I don't remember these guys being as difficult as they are. It's been years since I played the game, but... And, like, my first build, the build I made it through the entire thing with, was a threaded cane build, so I really don't see what I'm missing here. If it helps give any context, I did play through the game more or less entirely, one time only. Exodus says maybe use bolt paper? It's worth a shot. At launch. And I don't know what the changes were, but I know that the game was really extensively, like, adjusted after launch. So a lot of things could have had their stats changed to be easier or harder to deal with. I've got no idea. Exodus says also if you kill them, they stay dead. Yes, they do. I do know that. Thankfully. What? Are you kidding me? We just phased right through it. I mean, sure, of course we did. Oh, dear. Oh, and Exodus, thanks so much for the follow. I was a little late on the draw, but I did just see that. Oh, I'm so ginned up right now, you wouldn't believe. Yeah, Dark Souls 1 and 2, none of them had moments that frustrated me quite like this. I think so much of it has to do with the fact that, hey, here's a ton of enemies, and almost any of them can kill you in 2 hits. Whereas, well on into Byrgenwerth, that was not true for any common enemies. And correct me if I'm wrong, but after this, that's not true. Like, enemies in future zones do not deal this much damage. I know for a fact in the Nightmare Frontier they don't. Oh, wait, we didn't kill that one. Never mind. I do get the distinct impression that a strength-based build, or just a build with a bit more resilience, would have a much easier time of this area in particular. Let's, Oh right, you materialize from the ether as soon as we set foot in here. Right, bolt paper it is. Where on earth is that one? Hello? Another nice idea. Can finally break out the old hunter's bone. Exodus says you could have gone around him. I know, but I want these things to die now, and I'm fairly certain we do get something for killing all of them. I've always managed it before, I just have no idea what's going wrong in this playthrough. Okay, that'll make dodging a little bit easier. Oh, no, no. Okay. Exit Dust says, no, get around him, as in get around and then backstab him. I see. No, I could have, you're absolutely right. Whoops. Okay, so, executive decision. We are not going to try, parrying this guy as a... God almighty! Oh, this one's immune to bolt paper. Of course it is. I'm guessing the others are not. No worries. I'm pretty sure, like, on my first playthrough, I managed to get these guys on the second or third try. And I am all but certain something was changed post-launch somewhere, because their AI, I do remember this very clearly. Their AI was nowhere near as good as it is now. I could be wrong, but I swear, like, that and a lot of the NPC hunter encounters were a lot simpler at launch. Okay. At least the ogre's given us just enough blood vials to stay in business. Well, let's try swapping out what poor little bolt paper we... What little bolt paper we have for what little fire paper we have. That might help. Now then, as suggested... Oh, can we not coat the Blades of Mercy? We're gonna have to use the cane, I see. Oh no, here it comes. Yep, I was about to say, watch the other one just be waiting for us. Okay, so the little nightmare with the cane that can just tank through anything, it would appear, should be up first. Oh no. It's the one with the spear, who can also tank through anything. Come on. There we go. This one at least should be the easiest of the three to parry successfully. I'm sorry, was the other one hitting me through the wall? Come on, just one more. Gotta stay away from the far wall, because the one with the electric attack is right on the other side. Come on. That'll do the job. One more parry ought to do him. Or... no. Don't you dare. Okay, well, now we've only got the worst of the bunch left. Fortunately, that one gave us, damn, plenty of bullets. Are they faster than me, somehow? Because it seems like they're getting their attacks with the transformed cane off faster than I'm able to get off a quick attack with the standard cane. Really? Oh my god. This is kicking my ass, and I've got no idea what's different between this and my other playthroughs. Well, time to go buy a whole bunch of blood vials with stuff we could have been spending on levels. We're also nearing the point in the game where a lot of NPC hunters, what few there are, there actually aren't that many in the base game, start to bust out a lot of artifacts, like usually 2 per NPC is kind of standard, I think, and they will therefore, compared to a character like ours that doesn't have any like real arcane strength at all, be kind of tricky to deal with. And just like with ranged weapons, of course, NPC hunters never run out of Quicksilver bullets to fuel their artifacts. Never. It's just like a set part of their moveset. It makes sense in the case of one boss we fight later on, but with these guys it kind of doesn't. I think the FromSoft game that best sticks to the design philosophy of having humanoid enemies follow largely the same rules that the player character does is actually Sekiro. It even though it is a punishingly relentless game, it always feels more or less fair because the weaknesses and mechanics that inform the way, say, the computer controls its enemy avatars are just the very same that inform the way you should be playing and controlling yours. Oh, Kane at risk. Good. No, that's good. I'm just going through hell today, aren't I? Again, I think the difficulty here may be kind of partially justified in that Bloodborne, compared to, like, any of the Dark Souls games, or, Jesus Christ, Demon Souls, is not a very long game at all. Especially if you don't count the Chalice Dungeon side content. It's much shorter than the other titles. So if we're worried about the Tonitrus Hunter, or the Kane Hunter being a little faster than us, Blades of Mercy is probably our best answer to that. And they're the one waiting down here, right? Yeah. Well, why don't we just throw down up here? Oh, no, wrong button, silly me. Throw down up here this time. They really do like their jumping attacks, don't they? All three of them. This approach certainly seems to work a bit better. Oh my god. Their Kane's a lot better than mine is. Oh my god! That, and I also get the distinct sense that NPC hunters have unlimited stamina. If they don't, they've sure got a very healthy amount. There we go. Oh, I didn't get the parry off, of course, but... So it's not too hard to dodge through their standard attacks, at the least. Oh, there's someone with a very interesting weapon from the DLC. There we are. Oof, oof, oof. Exit Dust says, don't feel too bad, I just died for the 4th time on the Living Failures. At the very least, from what I understand, again, I've never fought them directly, but that is a very difficult boss. These are just regular hunters, although ones that I'm fairly certain receive some kind of crazy-ass buff to their either AI or... Oh, it's one of those, right. So you remember those lichens from earlier? Some of them have been completely skinned. Because Yhar'gul is the best place, just the best place. And one parry deals right around half their health. Exodus says, no, the others are difficult bosses like the other DLC bosses. Living Failures are a joke, and I'm just fucking it up. I wouldn't say so. I sat through my best friend's first playthrough of the DLC years ago, back when it first came out. And it seemed like they're tricky to learn at the very least. Again, for the type of build you favor, it sounds like they'd be easier. But I don't think any of the DLC bosses would qualify as jokes, necessarily. Oh, here's Parl's boss room. We get some bloodstone chunks off of a dead snatcher. That'll come in extra handy before long. Shortcut for later, I think. And we can even go back down to, like, the cells we were held in, and find another one of the super beasts, who I'm not really interested in crossing paths with right now. We can exit onto the streets of Yhar'gul, but don't want to do that quite yet. Because what's waiting for us on the streets are no joke at all. Oh, no choice, right? No shortcut. Okay. Or it is a shortcut, one that we have not opened yet. Yeah, so those enemies I said that are absolute nightmares, it's these things. These massive heaps of, like, biological material and carrion, like, protruding out of a casket. They will mess you up. There's a way around them, some of them anyway. An interesting mechanic that isn't used anywhere else in the game, I don't believe. But we won't deal with them until we absolutely have to. Which may be sooner than I think, because I've totally forgotten the layout of this area. So we're finally at the street level of Yhar'gul. Oh, shortcut, hello. Frenzied cold blood, nice, nice. Twin bloodstone, I'll take it, sure. And there is quite a bit of loot for us to gather here, as long as we either avoid or do our best to dispatch the casket beast. Notice all of these little statues of bizarre-looking eldritch creatures just thrown around haphazardly, more so than a lot of the statuary in Yharnam was. Yhar'gul is clearly a place that's in advanced disrepair. Or, to be more accurate, its inhabitants don't really care about keeping the place all that spick and span. Oh, there may be another bell ringer here, hey? Oh, got shot. Of course. Got shot again! God damn it! Oh! Really? That one was entirely my fault. I just rolled it all the wrong times, but shit! Just remember, it's the worst part of the game. Not, like, the part that is of the least quality, but it is as cheap as this game ever dares to become, I would say. As we've seen, most of the game up to this point is entirely fair. Challenging, demanding, but not excessively so. And I would argue that everything from this point on is, by and large, rather fair. One area that's quite heavy on frenzy-based enemies aside may be for first-time players. This is just where they decided to put all the bullshit to get it out of their system. Here you are. I guess it can be inferred that those creatures, those blood phantoms, are the remnants of people that were sacrificed as part of the cult's activities here in Yhar'gul. Is this where our shortcut door was? I don't think so. Well, maybe, actually. Yep. Okay, we're good. Thankfully, we are very, very, very near Yhar'gul's boss. It's not far off at all. And even though it might take us a couple tries due to how squishy this character's ended up being, the boss itself... Oh god, no, we attracted the ire of one of these things. Oh, this is gonna get messy. Unless we can get around it. See this rather ostentatious, glowing corpse here? Well, if you manage to run one of the casket beasts over it, without getting shot 500 times, it'll stun it. Or deal significant damage, I should say. But it stunned them originally, but hey, I'm not complaining. Another first. Oh, Exodus says, hey, I didn't know that. You didn't? No, it is the only place in this entire game where a mechanic like that can be found. Unless something similar occurs in the Chalice dungeons that I don't know about. Like I said, I've played maybe 4 of the fixed Chalice dungeons. 3 or 4. But yeah, those beasts are absolute nightmares to tangle with in melee combat. But you run them into those pyres, and the pyre will do most of the work. But I believe, it's possible for them to... I wanted to say it was possible for them to be extinguished or something, but I guess not. Might be thinking of something different in Demon Souls, maybe? Oh, and... Sweet, sweet victory, we've got a nice little elevator. I don't think this one's related to, a shortcut, but instead to some loot. Or no? No, it is. This is a shortcut. Yeah, this is the alternate path next to that, amygdala with the laser eyes that killed us like a half-dozen times. Exodus says I learned something new. I'm glad. I'm glad we could share that with you. Consider it like, formal, recompense for... Hold on, sorry. Controller just died. Let me plug that in. I'd unplugged my controller due to the electrical storm ravaging my area earlier in the day. Okay, now we've just got to, sorry, modify the audio settings. There we go. Get my headphones back in. We've just been batting 1,000 on stream today. Oh, no, sorry. The controller just... This one's kind of fussy. It's an older controller, or my charge cord is a little older. So, if you jiggle it around the least little bit while it's plugged in, it will read the controller as disconnected somehow. So, give me a moment. I'm sorry about this. Oh, dear. It's not one thing, it's something else. But yes, that area we're in now is opposite the plaza with the Hemwick witches and the laser-shooting amygdala. Let's try this now. Okay. There we go. Hopefully we should be good now. So this is indeed a shortcut of sorts from earlier in the stage. We will take it. And we also got the Iron Yhar'gul helm. Iron helmet worn by hunters of the Unseen Village. Removing the hood reveals something reminiscent of a warrior of a previous age. The headwear is made of metal, a rarity for hunter garb, and has high defense, but only against physical attacks. So it looks quite cool, but as can be inferred from the description, is not actually the best for this area or the few that follow it. Does imply, however, that Yhar'gul has been here for a very long time, and, like its particular brand of hunter, is extremely set in their ways. They're inheritors of an ancient way of life. unlike a lot of, say, Yhar'gamites. This place is older, it's kind of more primordial, and we're going to be exploring that theme in due time. Well, I killed their bell ringer, so they should be down after this. Man, a fully upgraded Blade of Mercy must just cut through enemies like a knife through butter, eh? Can't wait to see how this performs on the boss, which has very low defenses, I want to say. Low health and low defense. And another shortcut. This one actually to the chapel. That's very nice. Very, very nice. Is this just... Nightmarish rituals crave a newborn. Find one, and silence its harrowing cry. Yeah, so, you know that sound of an infant crying we can hear at various points throughout the stage? That's a bad sign of things to come. That's a very, very bad sign. We're not after a newborn human, put it that way. So I think our destination is right there. That might be the boss arena, right? Yes, yes it is. I think. No, not for a little ways yet. But this is certainly the way forward. Lots of Madman's knowledge about. Frenzied cold blood, very nice. And here we get the actual Yhar'gul armor set, which is pretty cool, I think. It's got much better physical defense, slightly worse elemental defense. Thick black pullover worn by hunters of the unseen village. The hunters of Yhar'gul answer to the village's founders, the School of Mensis. Hunters in name only, these kidnappers blend into the night wearing this attire. Designed primarily to defend from physical attacks, the binding of thick rope serves both to protect its wearer and restrain his foes. So, as can be inferred, Yhar'gul's order of hunters, including the Snatchers, the big guys with the sacks, instead of hunting beasts, hunt humans, and use them for some horrible eldritch purpose. Hence why a lot of their armor and even their arms are designed to tackle human enemies instead of— No! No, my controller died again! No! Are you fucking kidding me? That was the first time that's ever happened on stream. Well, we've got shortcuts. We'll be fine. I don't know why my charge cord is being so temperamental today. Usually, you have to really jostle it around to get it to at least believe it's being disconnected. Uh-oh. Okay. You know, even the standard dagger for the Blades of Mercy deals a really healthy amount of damage. And of course, it's fast as all get out, which for this area in particular is really, really good. Now, holding the controller just as still as I possibly can, let's go try to get our blood echoes back. Ew. Something awfully squishy is over there. Take care of the bell-ringing woman. Really like the strong attacks there. Get really healthy coverage. Oh god, there's 3 of them. Well, we can begin by luring the first over here. Oh, I think you can strike the bodies or something. No, there we go. Yeah, typically if it kills one, the aura will vanish. I thought it did. Look at this thing. Jesus Christ. Thankfully, the Blades of Mercy seem to be fast enough to give us the drop on them. More bloodstone chunks in one of the Snatcher's sacks. Hey, bolt paper. Nice. We will be making very healthy use of that in future. Oh my god! That's really clever, actually. Quite like that. Oh! That was enough damage to kill us, though. I am so sorry. I should be making so much more progress for you guys, but I'm just... It's like I'm up against a wall, and I don't know why. Now, it could be assumed that by this stage of the game, players have completed more Chalice dungeons than I have. Like, the difficulty could have accounted for that. God, even these guys are giving me trouble now. Are you kidding me? Whew. Well, 7 blood vials on 2 dogs. There we are. Okay, and right across the way here. Now let's see if we can't do this without attracting absolutely all of those casket beasts at a time, since as we learned, a single shot from one of them can kill us. Let's just go on a straight-up loot run, shall we? Hey, a Tonitrus. A free one at that. I will take it, and I will run, baby, run. only there was a weapon that could easily cause frenzy in enemies. I mean, I'm sure there is, but we don't have it at this point. Okay, not quite boss time, right? Oh, look at all this statuary. Well, only some of it's statuary. A lot of that's corpses. Cheery place, Yhar'gul. Oh no! The pyres can hurt me too! Let's silence the bell ringer and the gunman just as quick as we can. Another super beast. And then it looks like the casket beasts are throwing spears of blood at us. Delightful. No! 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 Oh, God! I'm in hell. I am in hell. I thought we'd be clear on to the next series of zones by now, but no, 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 no. This is what happens when you don't play this game for years and then try to go back to it live. Oh, we've chewed through almost all my blood vials. Man. There's gotta be something about my playstyle that's just not working for this zone. I have to be making some kind of mistake, right? Like a very critical mistake. I guess it makes sense because depending on... Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but depending on the choices you make, Yhar'gul is actually the second to last area you may have to explore in the entire game. Like, this is the end for a lot of players. Like, there's several different endings, and each of them requires you, or all but one of them, requires you to defeat a totally different number of quote-unquote final bosses in, like, a gauntlet. And if I'm correct, for the most basic ending, you really need only... You really need only, fight the boss of Yhar'gul and then, 2 more. Exodus says 7 tries and 11 failures are done. Congratulations, man. Good stuff. So, new approach. Boss door, run like hell. Get a lake rune, very nice. Really now? So as I said, the boss here, we may not get it this time, but I don't care. I'm so glad to be done with this area. This boss is really cool, and compared to the area, I won't say I won't die here. I honestly cannot say that for certain. But compared to the area he's found in, this boss is piss easy. Observe. So there's all of these bell ringers clad in red robes. They're representatives of the School of Mensis. And they're going to call forth their greatest work from the moon. Specifically, a failed attempt, or a pseudo-failed attempt, at creating an artificial old one purely from the fruits of, like, human sorcery. This gloriously disgusting thing is the One Reborn. And compared to... actually, not just this, but most bosses we've seen around this time, it's not too bad. See, it is a very, like, I'd say powerful but cumbersome physical attacker. It's not the problem. The problem is those bell ringers we saw in the cutscene are going to be launching fireballs at us all throughout the fight unless we scamper up to the top of the parapets and cut them down. Oh, it has ranged attacks too, of course, don't worry, but they're not quite as bad as the witches. Oh, here we go. Good. In this regard, being a big, eye-catching boss whose real strength comes from a series of ranged supporters lining the arena, this guy is extremely reminiscent of Demon Souls' Tower Knight. One of my favorite bosses in that game, coincidentally, and one of the most imposing physically. So we're going to want to clear out all of the bell ringers on both sides. I think one of them fell to the ground below, and... are they also healing or powering the One Reborn? Yeah, we probably don't want to let them do that, so... just keep on chopping. Maybe they're powering its ranged attack or something. Which is comprised, of course, of massive globs of blood. Gotta love how on-brand this game stays. Now, we saw a bunch of Quicksilver bullets over yonder, in the other tower. Any good loot over here? Yes, there is. There's some loot, maybe in mid-air right over there, but it's there. Oh my god. Alright, it's just causing a bunch of crap to rain on us from the ceiling. Right, anyway, one Reborn. Once he's totally deprived of range support, which he isn't yet, we should have an easier time against him. His thing is blood, and he's got a bunch of blood and viscera-related attacks. But as you've noticed, from our attempts at dodging him to take out the bell ringers, he ain't that fast and he ain't that accurate. Just like Dark Beast Carl, ow, pick a limb and go to work. You can cause this thing to collapse pretty easily. Oh my god, what on earth is it doing? I certainly don't remember this. And it can, like, enshroud its limbs in some kind of protective aura, it looks like. Exit Dust says he's throwing a tantrum. Oh, clearly. Jeez, it's so gross. I love it. I love all, like, the little legs flailing around near the base of the boat. There we go. That caused it to collapse. And now we wounded it properly. And it's very easy to keep it in a wounded state, more or less, much like with Dark Beast Carl. No! Ah, shit. Well, it was our first try, and we learned something. Compared to Arcane, the Blades of Mercy are not what you want for that fight. Oh, I didn't get greedy per se, I forgot it has an AoE. I forgot most bosses in this game do. Again, something kind of unique to the Bloodborne design ethos is almost every boss has an AoE designed to keep you at a healthy distance. I don't know about the Chalice Dungeon bosses. The ones I've seen don't. But then again, I've not seen, or firsthand, most of them, so. Okay. Gonna need to buy yet more blood vials when I don't recall doing so hardly at all in my old playthroughs back when I actually knew the game. Which is fine. And while we're here, we're going to upgrade our weapons if we can. Just give me the full Monty, there we go. Right, so we can fortify the blades even further, which sounds real good. Or go for the cane. I'm just looking at the damage bonuses here. I've got to go blades, even though they're not maybe the weapon for this boss. They're gonna be really useful on down the road. Alright, let's give this one more try. You actually forget, coming back to it for the first time in ages, just how short the main game is. I know the DLC is, like, very long by Soulsborne DLC standards and adds a lot to the package, but, Chalice Dungeons aside, there is not just a ton to see or do in this game. What is here is very good, of course. This area may be accepted, but, yeah, for the most part, a fairly compact, very intentionally designed experience. They knew exactly what they were going for! Which is apparently to make me lose my goddamn mind. Oh, did we kill that rifleman in a single blow? Nice. Oh, yeah, the quick step follow-ups are real nice. So, this boss run, this one can be, or it is just going to be painful, but while we're at it, Bolt Paper. That'll be good against the One Reborn. As it is a weird facsimile of an old one. No, thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god, all the spears. Oh my god, it hit me through the... Oh, of course it did. Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it? Exodus says, wait, am I correct in assuming that the one-handed blade... Hold on. I'll be right with you as soon as I get up to the next level. Am I correct in assuming that the one-handed blade scales on skill and the two-handed scales on arcane? I think it deals both types of damage, and the scaling corresponds to both damage types. What on earth? I did not know it could, like, bum rush us like that, but okay. Certainly seems like the one-handed blade deals a bit more damage per blow. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure the blade deals both... Oh, no, said I've never seen it, Exit Dust says I've never seen him do that. Neither have I? It's entirely possible he just got caught on the geometry down there somehow and was able to reach us. I don't know. Ooh, god damn. I'm playing so poorly today. I hate it. I hate it. Wait a minute. How about a plunging attack, buddy? That's better. Yeah, the one-handed blade is what we want to use, believe it or not. Just slash that bony ass and down it goes. I'd love it if it had some kind of, like, aesthetic damage effect, where, like, the more you damage it, it starts slowly falling apart, or bodies fall off of this skeletal framework. Purely for, like, visuals, but that would look cool as hell. I love how its main attack is just dropping segments of itself on us, and then doing whatever that is. Again, this was an attempt at making an old one. Emphasis on attempt. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, it does not like fire either. This is more like the fight I remember. Powerful, but ponderous. And, its pilot, so to speak, takes way more damage than the body does. That's more like it. There we go. I knew this fight. Thank you, MC. Thank you very much. I apologize for what you guys have been having to watch for the past several hours. Far from the best gameplay, I know, or the best commentary, but we're finally done with that. It's behind us, thankfully, and, might be able to go grab one more treasure from over here. No. We can do that later. Thank you guys both very much. We have a new lamp, thankfully, and we are ready to storm the School of Mensis itself. The School of Mensis, it's never elaborated on all that well, outside of item descriptions, is another offshoot of Bergenworth College and the Healing Church. This one dealing specifically with goals of not only communicating with the Old Ones and cooperating with them, but finding a way to transcend humanity and become as them. And this is the School of Mensis. All of them. They're all dead. Or their bodies are, anyway. These bizarre cages on their heads serve a very specific function. They allow them, or at least they thought, to communicate more easily with the Old Ones, acting as some kind of, like, weather vane or something for bizarre eldritch energy. And here we have the leader of the school, Mikolash, or what's left of him. If we examine him, we'll be able to draw on what remains of his power and enter a new area of the nightmare, one we won't be returning to for some time. No, instead, I want to dedicate... sorry. We get to access a new area of the nightmare after we comb through the lecture building some more. We are now on the second story of the lecture building. In the second story, I should say. On the second story. And we can not only access patches here, but also a lot more loot. So we'll clear the lecture hall, then I believe we will do a couple more chalice dungeons to conclude the stream for today. That means, honestly, since I'm past what to me is the most challenging part of the game, the main game may only have 1 or 2 more streams left. After that, it's just going to be chalice dungeons and DLC. And I will be experiencing most of both, all of the DLC, but also most of the chalice dungeons, personally, for the very first time. So can't wait to share that with you guys. Oh, there's another member of the faculty over here, another student? One or the other. As it turns out, Bergenworth wasn't shut down, not at all, nor was it just gradually abandoned. Most of it, and most of its personnel, got sucked over here. Provost Willem was one of the only representatives who managed to make it out. Master Willem was right. Evolution without courage will be the ruin of our race. So warning against transfiguration of the self into something akin to an old one, I believe. Anything interesting in here? Nope. Exodus asks, do you have a streaming schedule yet? I am active most days from either 2 to 5-ish p.m. or from 3 to 6-ish p.m. The lengths of streams varies. Oftentimes I'll get totally carried away and stream longer than I intended to. But for the most part, also thanks so much for joining the Discord. We are happy to have you. Oh, hello. For the most part, I announce my daily stream times once they're totally confirmed, and my own schedule is set in stone in the Discord. But most days it'll be 2 to 5, 3 to 6, something like that. And it is most every day right now, but I will return to both school and work, since I, work as a graduate assistant in my university's history department, in a couple weeks, which may, affect our schedule somewhat. MC says it just so happens that I remain awake sometimes up to 3 or 4 a.m. for this stream. Oh, well, I know it was... We often go quite early into the morning in your time zone, man, but I really appreciate that. Can't tell you how much I do, really. So here we have a flaming church giant. This is one that uses the same moveset as the monsters we found in the forest, I believe. But he's got a hell of a lot of health, doesn't he? He is unique, I'm pretty sure. We don't see another giant quite like this anywhere in the game. So the Blades of Mercy's, like, dodge follow-up R1 is insanely powerful, I've learned. Oh, Exodus, you're also, like... Oh, from the Netherlands. Wonderful. So many of our viewers are from Europe. I would say a majority, right, MC? Based on, like, what we've seen. That is so cool. Basically, anyone who doesn't know me in real life and is a regular part of our audience seems to be, like, from the UK or continental Europe. Here we have the Communion Rune. What does that one do again? Oh no, we've already got Communion, except this is a slightly stronger or clearer version. See? We can get more distinct or discernible versions of certain runes which have more potent effects. MC says Europe is attracted to late night streams. See, I thought my particular brand of quote-unquote entertainment is really, really appealing only during those wee hours of the morning when your mind and your concentration are starting to go and, like, everything is funny or entertaining. So, hold on, are you weak to fire? Not supremely so. So, like, it just so happened I streamed during times when, well, only folks from, like, European time zones would be looking for that kind of pseudo-entertainment. So it looks like all of the ranged ones carry these pitchers in their right hand. Oh, and the pitchers are full of themselves. I see. That's not disgusting. Exit Dust says, indeed, I'm sitting here with big-ass eyes staring at my screen, very moth-like. Well, glad I can entertain you guys on into the wee hours of the morning. Most of the time, if I'm up that late, which unfortunately I often am, I'm reading or doing something for work. Bloodstone, nice, nice, nice. We will be able to craft, like, near-peak blades before long. Let's make sure we've got everything. Now, the large double doors at the end of the second story of the entrance hall actually take us to a totally different nightmare location. The ground floor exit leads to the frontier. The second story exit to something called the Nightmare of Mensis. It is a small area of the Old One's domain directly associated with the school. Exit Dust says, almost 100k echoes, my cheeks are clenched now. Oh, you have no idea. I just know that nothing in this particular area is going to kill me, or, like, that I couldn't recoup losses from really quickly. So I'm waiting to head on back to our home base. MC says, I'd say the way you comment on games is the entertainment, the game is the flavor. And Exit Dust says, I agree. Well, thank you guys so much. I can only hope to live up to that going forward, which will be much easier now that I'm not just running into a stone wall over and over again. The nameless moon presence beckoned by Lawrence and his associates. Pale blood. Exit Dust says, so many streamers are just playing and not talking or communicating with chat. I'm glad Brady does. It's, well, yeah, I think 3/3 chords. Right, so there's your not-so-subtle hint that we need 3 of those, like, severed umbilical cord sections to actually get the most complete ending, I want to say. Not necessarily the best, but the most complete. Yeah, the way I see it, there's no point whatsoever, whether you have 5 viewers or 50 viewers or 500, in streaming and trying to communicate with and engage an audience if you aren't as receptive to them as you want them to be to you. The whole point and purpose of me doing this is sharing some of my favorite games and discovering new ones with folks who might be interested in doing that with me. Thankfully, I've had plenty of time to actually learn this craft, get settled here on Twitch due to the, like, worldwide quarantines. But I hope to carry this on well beyond the resumption of quote-unquote normal life. Okay, so Patches must be over there. There's a way you can drop down into his room. I just need to find it. I think it's over there. It's one of these corner rooms. Oh, here it is, yep. Large trap door. See, here though, Patches is a servant of the Great Old Ones, so is now a massive spider, and just for seeing him we get additional insight. he's somehow become even worse. So he gives us the beg for life gesture. It ain't gonna do any good.
Now, wait just a moment. Do you think ill of me? Me?
Of course I think ill of you.
It pains me to hear it. You've made yourself a misreckoning. I shared with you a thing most secret. Now, you're witness to a miracle, and all the stronger for it. It's plain as a pikestaff. Now, say in my heart, you were as a lamb to my God. Well, you weren't to know, and it wasn't for you to know. All's well that ends well, I say.
So unlike other iterations of this character present throughout the franchise, this one, even like when cornered, is totally unrepentant.
No matter. Such details are trifling. We're fast friends by now. Let this express what words cannot.
A rune, a very strong, clear one.
What is friendship but a chance encounter?
Exit Dust says I had to look it up, but Patches actually does push you in a pit in this game. Oh, in the Nightmare Frontier, right? Okay, yes, that can happen. But it never happened to me. I think one of my friends told me about it back in the day, because I didn't tackle the Nightmare Frontier before Yhar'gul, and I came round and killed him before he had the opportunity to do so.
My apologies, but I feel a profound thought occurring.
My bad.
On the good grace of a certain god, and the way he meted out his love.
Is that it? Alright, yeah, well, goodbye.
That was uncharitably done.
Oh, damn, he gave me almost 6,000 echoes. And he fades away just laughing. We got a Great One's wisdom from him, though, which is, worth something, sure. Right, now let's go trigger that lamp in the new area of the nightmare we can access. And head our way right on back to the Hunter's Dream, where we will take a brief, 4 or 5 minute break for me to retrieve a package from the front door, hopefully, and grab myself a new drink, throw some clothes on the wash, and then we will run through a couple of Chalice dungeons, after upgrading our character substantially, of course. Alright, Exit Dust, take care, man. Thanks so much for joining us. Always thrilled to have new folks around, and thanks so much for contributing your experience with this game, your expertise in this game, to our discussion today. It was a huge help, especially as I was just, grinding myself to dust in Yhar'gul. Alright, yeah, no, I'll be back on tomorrow, so please take care. We've got the bell-ringing woman again, and check this out. This is the final area of the main game, the Nightmare of Mensis. And what remains of the School of Mensis is holed up in that massive clock tower. Well, not exactly a clock tower, but the tower with the stained glass windows. And look, more of the messed up werewolves are here. I think these are called Lauren Pale Beasts or something like that. Oh, they're so gross. Oh, they're so gross, and they spawn leeches! No! Very, very durable leeches at that. Just gotta make my way around to a bonfire. Well, bonfire. Lamp. What's the difference? MC says, if it were wolves, it would be better. Like a werewolf spawning wolves? That... Yeah, I could see that. Now there is a lamp somewhere around here. Oh, hello. You aren't getting away, hopefully. Tons of bloodstone chunks, very good. Just check out what I guess passes for, geography around here. Oh, that. Oh, that's real nasty. Right, so there is an old one in the middle of that castle that will, like, from a vantage point, constantly raise our frenzy anytime we're in its line of sight. So we're going to have to use cover to make our way to the gates of the castle. Which we will do in just a minute. Again, taking a break, we'll be right back. Please don't go anywhere. We've got more Bloodborne action right on the way, and hey, this time we'll actually be able to make some progress, hopefully. Alright, ladies and gents, we are back. And ready to delve deeper into those chalice dungeons. Now, hold tight. Gonna take a sip of this brand new drink here. Nothing beats a Diet Pepsi, chilled to the point where little crystals of frost form at the top of the actual liquid. Very, very nice. Okay, so first things first, we are going to top up on blood vials once more. We can buy, suffice to say, a lot of them. We're only going to take, I'll tell you what, we're going to take 10. We don't need that many. We're going to upgrade our Blade of Mercy. Oh, notice that now that we've been to the Nightmare, we have the Nightmare headstone active with quite a few lamps already lit. we can't upgrade the Blade of Mercy quite yet. We could do with the, Threaded Cane, but nah. Could start upgrading Autonatrus. But no. We might be good for now. I guess we'll just use what we have to level up, right?
Welcome. What is... Very well, then.
Okay, so 5. How about we pop a couple in skill? Couple in vitality and 1 in endurance. That'll do.
Farewell, good mate.
Now we can head on over to the ritual altar. And this remains here until we elect to remove the chalice, which we won't do for some time. Oh, hold on. Let's check out our new chalice to see if there's anything new. We do have the root chalice that allows us to create, like I said, a randomly generated dungeon, but we can also use the central Thumeru chalice, slightly more ornate, right? The old labyrinth was carved out by the Thumerians, superhuman beings that are said to have unlocked the wisdom of the Eldritch Truth. So we've actually seen and encountered a couple possibly Thumerian characters, including the Shadows of Yhar'gul, and those emaciated, kind of really shiny-looking pale husk creatures present in the Chalice dungeons themselves. So the way it works is all of the chalices for one particular type of dungeon can be found or earned in that dungeon, save the very first one, like the Thumeru chalice we had to find in the Bloodstarved Beasts area. Likewise, the Hintertomb chalice, the first one, can be found by defeating the boss of the Nightmare Frontier. I want to say the Loran chalice can be earned... Oh, how on earth do you find it? Maybe in the Nightmare Immensis somewhere? Or no. I don't know where you find... One of them is in an area of the Cathedral Ward we haven't been to yet. One of them is elsewhere. We'll see. But we're going to light up the Central Thumerian Labyrinth. Nice and cheap. Using some of that ritual blood we got from the first chalice dungeon, and we get 3 more floors of fun here. If we work our way through the entire Thumerian Labyrinth, we should at some point get access to my favorite armor set in the entire game. Well, rivaled only by one we have the opportunity to get later on down the line. What I like about these Chalice dungeons is they're jam-packed with content and encounters and all that, but each floor isn't that large, usually. They're compact, but they're very dense. Which, as I'm sure you guys have picked up on by now, is something I really like in my level design. So we've got, like, largely the same tile set, right? Same dungeon. But we're just deeper in now. Don't know why they give you 2 lamps at the very beginning, but it might be something meant more to relate to the randomized dungeons. As you can see, we are probably still a little over-leveled, which after Yhar'gul doesn't bother me in the least. It's going to feel rather cathartic. And I think, again, I could be wrong. If anybody knows for certain, feel free to correct me in, like, YouTube comments or something like that. Jesus Christ! Whoa. Gotta take it easy. This bell-ringing woman summoned in a lot of ranged support. Like, a lot. 3 levels worth of ranged support. Oh my god. So we've got to get rid of the bell ringer right off the bat. I think the game, though, does intend for you to complete at least the Chalice dungeons you stumble upon after the area you would recover the chalice in. Maybe, kind of, sort of, because like the enemies here deal plenty of damage, but don't seem to be all that durable. That was a hell of a welcome to this dungeon, wasn't it? Fire paper, thank you. At least we get plenty of good loot for it. Did one of them over here drop something? Yeah. Or no, just a corpse over here had some Molotovs. That'll be nice to have. And what do you have? Bullets. Okay, good. There we go. Let's restore some of our health with a visceral attack instead of relying on our blood vials too extensively early on, at least. Also allows us to use up some of those bullets we found everywhere. What's in here? That's not alive, is it? No, that's just a bunch of plant matter. Something in here is, though. Like this Thumerian, or what's left of one. There we go. Oh, no. Didn't get the parry in. Damn it. Coins. Okay. There we go. Welcome back, MC. We are in our first level of today's Chalice dungeon, and aside from getting ambushed by, like, no joke, 5 different enemies throwing Molotovs all at once in the first room, it's been going pretty smoothly so far. Oh, a Snatcher. The Snatchers, given, like, their size and appearance, might also be Thumerians. I have no idea. Oops. Come on. No, that attack is too fast. Use something else. Or, use nothing at all and let us chop you down. Like that. Wonder what's in here. Well, here's our boss door switch. And a bunch of dogs. These are just the regular model, though. So they go up like a house on fire. Got a couple Thumerians around and then just the Watcher. Nothing too bad in here, it doesn't look like. Got it. And that rune that allows us to get health back through visceral attacks is really coming in handy, isn't it? Okay, so we can access the boss chamber already, but there's plenty of stuff we want to explore around here first. Like this little corridor. Whatever could be in here. Oh, a chest containing more ritual materials that we'll need to delve deeper into the labyrinth, no doubt. Well, let's see what we've got. Very ornate looking chest. Lots of special chest designs you can only find in the Chalice dungeons. More ritual blood. Okay. We consumed a ton of that particular potency to access this place to begin with. Oh no, this is just the entry hall again, so we've made a full circuit of the dungeon, have we? Okay, boss time, I guess. I'm excited for this, because I remember a lot of the bosses I fought in the Chalice dungeons I played, I just don't remember what order they appear in, save the last one, which is a real doozy. The last one I fought, anyway. one of those kung fu werewolves, right? From the bottom of the church workshop. Enemies, I feel very, very clearly inspired by this guy, would be pretty prominent in Dark Souls 3. Oh my god! Wow. Okay, I was not expecting him to have like a 6-hit combo, but okay. I have a feeling, though, that we're gonna be able to burn him down really quickly, just like the standard version we saw in Yhar'gul. MC says, seems a little stronger. Yes, no, you can find a lot of mini-boss-ish enemies from the main game in the Chalice dungeons with increased strength. I remember distinctly, one floor later on has one of the giant pigs as its boss. Like, it's not a joke boss either, it's just, here's a giant pig that hurts like hell. There we go. That's the way. How much damage is this gonna do? Yeah, baby. At the very least, he may hit like a truck, but so do we. That's more like it. Bad dog. What the hell is this? Oh, it was literally just throwing 2 of those fireballs at once. Okay. Well, that ain't so bad. There we go. That's more like it. I still played kind of sloppy, but we got him. Special gemstone and some twin bloodstone. Okay. I'll take it. And, of course, a good amount of echoes. Down to floor 2. Nice seeing one of those guys again. I don't think they appear anywhere else but in the Chalice dungeons and the bottom of the workshop. Now, interesting thing, in some of the randomized dungeons at least, full-on story bosses can reappear, packing way, way more strength than they did when you first ran into them. Like, I think there's one variation of a randomized Chalice where Rom can appear as, like, a much more powerful boss. Oh, scorpions. Poison scorpions, of course, right? The best kind of scorpion. Dark Souls 2 prepared me for tangling with you guys. Oh! They explode into, not poison, toxin. Jeez. But they're pretty frail, you know, they're still better than, like, the Poop City blow dart snipers. I really dig the visual design of the Themerian Labyrinth, yeah? Like, for optional side content, they poured a ton of time and attention into this. Oop. All of these are, like, explosive, I think. Oh, hello, it's just one of you. Something really big is stomping around upstairs. Also got one of the trademark giant rats. Glad to see they're still getting work. Oh! What on earth? So, we died there, but I'm not even upset because that was an ambush. It's, this game's version of a slime. Okay. Are they a Chalice dungeon exclusive? I feel like they might be. Lots and lots of enemies are. It's either this or the third Themerian Labyrinth dungeon that has or gives us access to my favorite armor set, which also happens to have really, really good defenses, I think. Right, so we could fight scorpions, or we could say screw that and just ease on down the road. Oh, and the scorpion collected our echoes somehow? Okay. Oh, it's a Thumerian throwing, like, poison javelins. Okay, that's a lot less scary than whatever I hear stomping around up there. Look at how cleverly camouflaged that slime is. And of course, being just like a massive viscera, you wouldn't recognize it for what it is right off the bat. Oh, my god. Yeah, these things are definitely Chalice Dungeon originals. Good gravy. That was awful. This will allow us to get up to the next floor, right? There's something glowing locked up in that gibbet. No, 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 those are just candles. Okay. Thumerian with a scythe. Thumerian with a scythe. Thick cold blood. Blood vials, very good. Two more blood vials, right on. I mean, give the Chalice Dungeon some credit. They shower you in loot. Oh, it's one of the Snatchers. That's what I heard stomping around. Well, let's show him what we've learned from Eileen, who we definitely didn't get killed accidentally very, very early on in the game. Alright, what's in the box? Ritual Blood, Potency 3. Oh, how rude. Gotta find a way to lower the drawbridge. Here it is. What a cheery looking place this is, huh? All the suspended corpses hanging from the rafters. That's a good time. Alright. Oh my god. Surprise dogs. Surprise everything. Jesus Christ. Okay, we're, this is what they call a strategic retreat, right? Wow, that is nothing particularly strong up there, just a lot of it. Well, maybe the Watcher. The Watcher's pretty tough compared to most other things in this stage. Yes, please just wear me down while I'm climbing a ladder. Oh, got a blood gemstone from him, though. That's good stuff. Nope, get off of my ladder. That one might have a scythe or something? Yeah. Well, we'll deal with them later. God, this place is just jam-packed, but there's like one of those special gilded casket chests over there. So it must mean something really good or really essential to open up the next dungeon. We want it, whatever it is. Just like Dark Souls, the dogs are still the worst thing we can run into most places. The Thumerians themselves aren't super frightening. At least not these. We find other variants deeper into the dungeon. They become more and more intimidating, I suppose. So what's in the casket? Oh, this is where the Hintertomb Chalice is. It's not in, the Nightmare Frontier. That must be the Lauren Chalice. My bad. So now we can access the second type of Chalice dungeon once we're done with the 3, Thumerian dungeons. That's really cool, actually. I just think it's really cool that there's so much specially crafted, distinct content available as more or less a side game. Like, brand new environments, items, enemies, not just reskins of stuff you've already fought. I think that's really cool. Ah, right, these Molotov guys can throw out 2 in succession. Thought it was weird how quick I was taking damage from the ones earlier in the dungeon. Okay, is there anything of value here? Don't give up. Well, thank you very much, but... don't know that there are any illusory walls in dungeons. There aren't elsewhere in the game. Nothing but old labyrinth here, right? So we need to head on deeper into the labyrinth. Oh right, this whole area was like a side room, wasn't it? Off of like the main hallway? So it allowed us to get like the Hintertomb Chalice, which is one of the best prizes we possibly could have gotten from one of these dungeons. So thankful I was able to find it. Oh, ooh. But, aside from that, there's nothing really of utility here. Back to the main road we go. That suggests to me that, like, the rest of this level might be pretty straightforward, yeah? There's our lamp. And there's the boss door. Just like with the Yhar'gul hunters, it seems like the most dangerous Thumerians are the ranged variants. Up close, they don't really have a whole lot that can match the Blades of Mercy pound for pound. Is there a Snatcher up there? MC, as a designer, do you have any thoughts about the Chalice dungeons based on what we've seen of the 2 we've explored so far? Keeping in mind... oh right, they're... Jesus! I remembered they were spellcasters, but I did not remember them to be that strong. It's also becoming evident that our character's really, really squishy for this stage of the game. We haven't seen any of the procedurally generated, like, randomized stuff yet, but I think they're really cool for what they are, as, like, a great big well-aside content. MC says it feels very linear. Right, that's because these are the fixed ones. The procedurally generated ones, I think, can give you more or less anything. But nice gauntlets. Yeah, definitely. This is how I would like... this is perfectly fine for Dark Souls side quest material. Let's try you again. Yeah, no, the more I see these, like, these Thumerians, especially, like, the fire-wielding ones and the beast-possessed soul, there are enemies Jesus! They kill me in a single blow. A single blow. And everything else in the dungeon is totally manageable. That's very Bloodborne, actually. So is it me, or does it just look and seem like, going back through with a more critical eye than I had when I first played the game, compared to the Dark Souls games, 1 and 2, the difficulty just kind of seems to go all over the place in this one. Like, on the whole, I'd say it's, now that I've really gotten more experience with it, it's harder than either of the Dark Souls games. But it seems to have peaks and valleys really, really inconsistently. There we go. MC says the difficulty looks alinear, like strong enemies with weaker ones. Yeah, but like, without much in the way of reasoning behind it. Oh, crap. Or very strong attacks. Yeah, it's weird compared to the Dark Souls series. Very weird. Well, we've hit another wall. And yeah, this game was definitely informed, I think, at least partially. Not like the really cool, more aggressive, agile playstyle, but like certain design elements had to be informed by the people who wouldn't shut up about how quote-unquote easy Dark Souls 2 was. MC says, I think there is a reasoning, but what do you think it is? What's the ethos here? Is it just to be, like, insanely challenging compared to other entries in the series? This game wants you to go fast and react to change, MC says. Oh, definitely. Definitely, yes. Yes, it does. Looks like we might just want some range in here, in general. Like, Blades of Mercy are really good against, like, melee exclusive enemies. God damn it! MC says, so it makes you stay on edge by varying enemy difficulty in a single area and subverting expectation. I see what you mean there, but I honestly feel like that's not what they were going for. It feels like, it's difficult to explain, but like in my hands, the game feels like, it has difficulty spikes at peaks and valleys too, like for instance the one Reborn being a relative cakewalk, because almost like certain enemies or encounters were designed without considering so much anything else that might be in a given area. Like the whole objective, so to speak, is okay, let's have a really, really fun or really interesting fight here. What would be necessary for that? Not, you know, what else is in this area? What else are players going to be fighting? What else are they expected to do? It just feels a little disjoint in that regard, because obviously the folks responsible for this series are really talented devs. Really, really talented. And it just feels like maybe the left hand didn't know what the right hand was doing. So over here, what have we? Obviously there's a Thumerian there. And a Snatcher over there. Bullets, good. Good, 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 good. Give me some health back, give me some health back. There we go. And some bloodstone, probably? Yeah, they usually drop bloodstone. Fire paper. MC says, I'll stand by my point on this, but give my initial thought. There was Dark Souls 2 frustration that seeped in this, or a reaction to the segment of the community that was, like, very vocal about, like, the fact that to them, at least, Dark Souls 2 was much easier, you mean? I can definitely see that. Keep in mind, Dark Souls 2 was the only entry in the entire franchise that was directed by somebody else primarily. He didn't buff himself. That's odd. But no, I could definitely see that. I feel like that's a very plausible explanation, and that's honestly the explanation I'm going for. Like, again, the devs saying to their audience more or less, oh, you want hard, okay? This isn't challenging enough? We can fix that. And by God, did they. So that person, no doubt, was going to be throwing Molotovs at us if we were to head down there to, the Switch, maybe? MC says, true, but I don't know who did combat design. Oh, that's right, that's right. I'm very curious myself. I might need to look that up later on. MC says if these are the same folks. They are like the same. It's, as I understand it, not a massive studio, and they, do a lot of... Or, the guy who... At one point, it's really cool, I think his name is Hidetaka Miyazaki, the director of most games in the series, including Dark Souls 1 and this game, was just like an accountant who totally left his field and decided he wanted to go into game design after like a life-changing experience with Ico on the PS2 when he was like 30 or at or around 30. And oh right, no, that's just the warden, never mind. He went from working as a dev team lead on Demon Souls, a game that everybody, due to its extremely troubled production, thought was certain to fail, to being the president of the entire company, and still personally leading most of their, like, really big projects, I think. So he is a huge name in the company at the time Bloodborne is being released. And I think it was most of the same folks, like the core team, working on all of the games in the series. Dark Souls 2 may have had the most divergent core team, just because they were working for a short time in tandem with like pre-production and early production on Bloodborne, I'm fairly certain. But even then, you'd expect there to be a ton of overlap, because those teams wouldn't have been working on in the same stages of development at the same time. I just know that Mr. Miyazaki wasn't as personally involved with Dark Souls 2 as he was the other entries. Oh, hey, this looks like the guy we threw off... No, this is not the guy we threw off of the balcony. Fire paper, though, that's nice. This is the guy we threw off the balcony. Ow, ow, ow. I love the look of the Blade of Mercy. It looks really wicked for, like, a standard dagger. Gemstone, okay. That all you got for us? Just a gemstone, okay. Well, we already got the Hintertomb Chalice. I can't be too greedy now, can I? Answer, of course I can, but it never ends well for me. Let's see what's up next. As I totally forget. Yes! This is the NPC that gives us access to my favorite armor set in the game. It's this armor set, the Old Lord's armor. This is, a pretty powerful... I think technically like a witch or something? A Pthumerian. Who specializes in flame attacks. And fights with, I think, a special sword, maybe? Now, if we get to a point where we can parry them, we'll be in really good shape. Like so. Notice their eyes are glowing, because I think they're, a quote-unquote hollowed Pthumerian, just like most of the enemies here. This is a really cool little duel. Not exactly the hardest in the world, but a really nice change of pace. And I mean, they can keep you on your toes pretty well. As evidenced by my running like a coward. There we go. That should either do it or get us right at... Yeah, baby. And down they go. We got the Central Pthumeru Root Chalice and the Sharp Blood Gemstone. Right on, right on. Probably my favorite fight in this dungeon. Not the Chalice dungeons as a whole, but this particular one. So we're going to head back to the Hunter's Dream now to get that armor set, which I think costs insight, which, I mean, makes sense, right? Then we head on down, and I want to say the final boss of this dungeon is a Pthumerian enemy, like a regular Pthumerian, at full power, not hollowed in the least. We'll go ahead and buy... Oh, no, we won't buy more blood vials yet. Are you selling the armor? Or... We got the Tomb Prospector set, which is, I mean, something. This is where you access the DLC, I'm pretty sure. There it is, the Bone Ash set. It'll cost quite a bit of insight, but it does not matter. We're going for it. Gauntlets made of bone ash, worn by the oldest keepers. God, look at that design. Isn't that gnarly? The keepers who mined the slumbering great ones gained eternal life, preserved in ashen form in a ceremony of flame that cremated body and soul. Now their frail armor is white and sinewy, a window into an arcane lost art. The long pointed hat is a symbol of the old keepers, and is considered evidence of their companionship, forged in a certain sin. Look at this, y'all. It's like Victorian Gothic Dark Wraith armor, and I love it. No, I take that back. It looks like Victorian Gothic Dark Wraith armor mixed with symbiote Spider-Man. Oh god, it's so cool. So we're gonna be using this for a very long time. And using it to clear out the bottom of this dungeon. I'm actually really surprised by the average quality of the bosses we fight in the Chalice dungeons. For, like, again, pure side content, some of which are just buffed enemies from the main game, all these fights are pretty fun and fairly memorable. They certainly did not just phone this in, I can say that much. Alright, this will probably conclude today's stream, the third layer of the labyrinth, and we can kick off tomorrow's by clearing out the final Pthumerian dungeon, if we can. Seriously, there's a pretty healthy difficulty spike from level to level of the dungeon. Well, there's our boss door. What's waiting for us here? Snatcher? Okay. We can handle you. As long as you burn them down before they can finish the buff animation, they shouldn't be too much of a problem. When I first played this game, I was absolutely terrified of those guys due to their damage output. By the way, I've been getting some feedback, some general impressions of the Marvel's Avengers, like, open beta that people have been experiencing, like Jim Sterling and the like, and oh, we're gonna have so much fun. It sounds so bad. It sounds so bad. We got Sage's wrists, special components for opening Chalice dungeons on down the line. Oh, it's another one of those non-hostile pilgrims who drop a butt-ton of special or useful items. MC says that level of bad was to be expected. Well, the real shame is, according to, like, Jim Sterling's impressions, for instance, the core of the game itself, like the gameplay, the intro, all that, like what they do to immerse you in, like, these playstyles and all of that's actually really good, and it has the core of a really, really fun superhero action game that they just shit all over with, oh, that is not one of the pilgrims, that is some kind of banshee thing. Goodbye. With live service, like, looter-shooter style BS. Like, just straight through. Ow. MC says, which is sad. It really is, because, like, man, after the incredible, like, Insomniac Spider-Man game, after the phenomenal Rocksteady Batman Arkham series, including Arkham Origins by WB Montreal, which I thought was a perfectly fine game. Another somewhat unpopular opinion. I thought it was really good, actually. It should have been easy. Like, an Avengers game should have been, like, backed by the power of Square Enix and Crystal Dynamics. It should have been a slam dunk. Tomb mold, quite a bit of it, nice. But they just couldn't constrain their greed, and had to, like, ruin a series of really fun and functional systems, apparently, with a bunch of drag that incentivizes, like, extra pay and buy-in and quote-unquote engagement and all that. So we're gonna have a lot of fun with that on stream, I can promise you that. So some of these messengers have a more bestial, like, demonic-looking form than the kind of cute gray alien form they assume most of the time. Don't know if that has any bearing on anything right now. Oh! Oh, I see. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, lots more loot. Damn it. Okay. MC says, my issue with a lot of games is that they see a system in a game that is successful and copy it, not understanding why it integrates with the game in the first place. Exactly. Like, and let's be clear, these quote-unquote live service games that AAA studios seem so desperate to, like, milk for more money, it barely worked with games like Destiny, like the ones that more or less originated the concept. And certainly not to the level that the devs were hoping for at first. So do you really think just any old title, like, forced into that mold is going to see a fraction of the return on investment? God, no. Like, a really solid, more linear or, like, standard single/co-op multiplayer-based game based on the Avengers property with, hey, here's an idea, lots of, like, episodic DLC or new characters you could pay for, things like that, would do much better in the long term, I'm convinced. Because if you give me a really good game, like, say, Witcher 3, for instance, and release $45 worth of DLC for it, I'm buying all of it. MC says it's like game prices based off of tags and not content. Oh, definitely. Oh, there she is. The hell is that? Probably not something we want to walk into right now. Want to go get our echoes back first. Bang. Alright, Shrek, let's try this again. Is it just you here? There we go, that's more like it. What you got for us? Bullets? Very nice, very nice. And what kind of ritual materials do we have in here? More potent ritual blood? Nice, I will gladly take it. And now there's nothing back here in the Indiana Jones corridor, is there? Doesn't look like it. Just pain and disappointment. Oh! Was that one waking up the other weaker Thumerians? Just in time for me to put them back to sleep. Enemies like that would also appear in Dark Souls 3. A lot of inspiration for Dark Souls 3 encounters and the like seems to be taken specifically from these Chalice dungeons, which is really interesting to think about. Oh! Arrow trap. Nasty. We haven't seen many of those, so I've not exactly learned to predict them yet. Oh, this just puts us back out in the main hall, right? We've got to find that boss door, or the switch, at least, somewhere. MC says, sounds like Dark Souls 3 is a best of rather than an evolution. Well, no, I will say this. If I'm to give, like, the devil his due, the core combat system, which retains a lot of Dark Souls' signature charm and heft, but is influenced by, at least in part, the speed and kind of, like, frantic nature of Bloodborne, is really, really good. And is improved greatly. It feels like a real evolution, but, hold on, did that monster just call in some backup? Of course he did. In terms of, like, world design and content and things like that, you are largely correct in saying it is a best of, which is a shame, because when the game goes completely original, it's often some of the best stuff the series has to offer. In fact, I would say certain encounters in one area in particular, near the mid-game, is easily one of the best things the series has to offer. And to be more specific, it is a best of everything that ain't Dark Souls 2. Including Demon Souls, by the way. I think when we play through Dark Souls 3, you'll see, though, that, it is genuinely a very high-quality game, one with a whole lot of merit. But one that has a lot of problematic design elements inherent in it. I would say for a first-time player, Dark Souls 3 may actually be the most fun you could have with any entry, because there's so much to see, so much to do, and everything has a phenomenal level of polish. MC says it's a shame. It is. I think, though, you'll find, you may want to take what I say about it with a grain of salt, because it is objectively of a higher quality than I'm ascribing to it. Like, that's not even in question. MC says Dark Souls 2 is basically what set up this game and Dark Souls 3. Mechanically, at least, yeah. In terms of lore, not so much. But see, everybody thinks this is a return to form for Dark Souls 1, and I can't... Not Bloodborne necessarily, but this and Dark Souls 3 combined. And I just can't see that at all. This is basically Dark Souls 2 on crack, and without shields. Or the pretense of shields. More bloody Thumerian backup. Is there a bell ringer here? Maybe. As he says mechanically, of course. Yeah. As we will see, until, like, the final DLC, Dark Souls 3 wants you to forget, or desperately wants you to forget, that Dark Souls 2 ever happened. And they also want you to think that Dark Souls 1 happened, like, last Tuesday. It gets really weird in that regard sometimes. Or at some spots. MC says, I mean, DS2 Scholar seems to be DS2 on crack from what you mentioned. That's fair. That's totally fair. And yeah, there is a bell-ringing woman summoning in Thumerians one at a time. Why couldn't all of them in Yhar'gul be like you? Okay. There's our Molotov lobber here, am I right? Blood vials? Nice. Oh, this one has a blunderbuss. MC says, well, if DS3 be like that in its lore, and it is, believe me, you could fix the lore by including Dark Souls 2. Again, without spoiling too much of the context, the largest direct nod to Dark Souls 2 I remember seeing in the entire game is in the second DLC, where you find the remains of Earthen Peak from that game, you know, Queen Mythis Castle, literally thrown in a giant pile of trash at the end of the world. It's, at least to my reading of the series, it is not subtle at all. Like, jeez. There is an entire religion of people who venerate Artorias for how cool and good at combat he was. Oh, Gwyn and the Gods of Anor Londo. I'm not even going to hint at how they're worked in, because it needs to be seen to be believed. It is the... When we deal with Anor Londo, or like the Gods of Anor Londo, we will be dealing with the single worst design decision in the entire game. MC says, you can fix the lore by including Dark Souls 2, time travel and parallel worlds are a thing. Yeah, if only they thought to do that more explicitly, but to my knowledge they don't. Okay, big final boss time for this dungeon. I think this is one of the Thumerian bosses, and they can be tough, because see, as hinted at in the lore, Thumerians are kind of superhuman. They have certain special abilities, and most of the ones here are either not actual or like full-blooded Thumerians, or they're so decrepit they can't use their powers, but these guys can. Yep. I love the design of this guy, the Thumerian Descendant. He fights with scythes, or currently just one scythe, but I think he can split it into two. Oh my god! That dealt way more damage than I was hoping for. The thing is, like a lot of humanoid bosses in this game, he's very vulnerable to parries when you can land them. Problem is, he's very fast. Very, very fast. I really like his boss design, and he's not the only Thumerian boss. He is the easiest one, however. He is a challenge. Unlike a lot of the bosses we've seen so far, he will be genuinely challenging. MC says, well, this will be my challenge when experiencing Dark Souls 3 with you. Use the Dark Souls 2 story lens to justify Dark Souls 3. Oh, it'll be interesting to see how much we can do, because the game pays such blatant homage to the first. Now, as you see, when we actually deal damage, he doesn't have a ton of health. He's very good at keeping what he does have, though. Let's see. Oh, damn. Oh, yeah. This is more or less what I pictured Gwen's fight would be like if he weren't totally hollowed. Yep, here they come. Notice, his sickle is made of the same material that our Blade of Mercy is. Come on, your servants have given me plenty of bullets, and I'm eager to use them. No! Man, can you believe that? Oh, that's nasty. He's just so fast. So fast. We'll get him, though, like probably one or two more tries and we'll have him. Yeah, MC says right on the edge. If I'd have clipped him with a couple more bullets, it would have been over. He's difficult, but not exorbitantly so. I'd say this is more the level of challenge I'm expecting from, you know, a suitable successor to Dark Souls 2. Not whatever the hell was happening in Yhar'gul. So real quick. Oh wait, that's right, we can't modify this weapon. What we got is what we got. He has so little health that he can guard it voraciously, or he can guard it, like, obsessively. Like, was there any telegraph for that at all? Oh. You know, I don't know. I could be misremembering here, but I want to say later on we can run into a boss in one of these dungeons that can rally just like we can. Jesus Christ! Was that all one combo? The more I do this, I'm starting to think that a cane backed with some bolt paper might honestly be preferable here. Or fire paper, I'm sorry. just that little extra bit of reach because he's so big. So big and has such, honestly, really solid reach with those show tells. He's no joke. Let's traverse the nightmare fog. He might... Is he, would you say, the fastest opponent we've fought so far? When it comes to actually executing attacks, of course. I'm not talking about, like, movement around the arena. Shit! MC says if he's not, he's close. I can't think of anything that would come close to this. I mean, the Shadows of Yhar'gul were probably the fastest we've seen. No. The Bloodstarved Beast, probably. And it was not this fast. Or, I should say, unlike him, they actually telegraphed their attacks. He doesn't, at all. Most of them. So we're gonna have to go buy some more blood vials, again. Which is a right pain, but I mean, hey, gotta do what you gotta do. And we get another Chalice dungeon and tons of echoes for actually dealing with him. And this is a very suitable and I would say epic conclusion to today's stream. We'll use this thick cold blood. This will allow us to get enough. And so he says, if I had a Hand of Fate 2 equivalent assassin with the demon heart. Yeah, that sounds pretty apt. Oh, and I bet we can't, I bet if we can't... Sorry. We cannot enhance our weapon with, like, elemental attacks or papers or things like that, because the Blade of Mercy deals magic damage by default. And so he says, when you get deep enough in Endless, the assassins all start getting the Reaper's moveset. You know, the triple backstab attempt. Oh, yeah, that thing that really screwed with me during my attempt of that Arcana. We got him. It was just a very sloppy fight by my standards. By my standards, which is saying something. We'll use the bone to give us, like, some temporary evasion increase. Oh, look how much good it did. The music is perfect for this encounter. God damn! Its damage output is insane, too. If he was maybe, you know, 2/3 as strong as he was... MC says, imagine that attack, but on steroids. Oh god, that sounds awful. Maybe not this bad, but really bad. Wait a moment, I have an idea. So Bone Ash armor, physical damage reduction's really good. Is it as good as Yhar'gul? Yeah, it turns out it's slightly better than Yhar'gul for this. So it seems like if we can't parry him reliably, the thing we want to do, like the next best thing, is dodge straight through one of his attacks and wail on his back before he'll catch us inevitably with a backswing. Oh, that's weird, like his scythe teleported right back into his hand. There we go. That is so satisfying to watch, like that massive chunk of the health bar just evaporate. Oh, Jesus. But he's so fast. God almighty. What am I doing wrong here? There's gotta be something I'm messing up. Maybe we shouldn't put such an emphasis on trying to parry him and should instead just try dodging through his attacks and wailing on him. Like it's clear the cane, right? Like, from our attempts, the cane would not be a better option there. Not at all. If only there was some way, like in Neo, you can craft with enough skill points. Like, if you upgrade your character down a certain path enough, you can get these limited-use talismans that temporarily slow enemies down by a slight amount. That would be enough to turn the tables here. MC says, yeah, you can't stagger him. Right. If there's anything we could do to slow him down, the fight would be really manageable. Oh, and for the record, this is not the boss I got stuck on. I think I may have made it to the very bottom of the 3rd Thumerian dungeon, because the boss there is called the Thumerian Elder. Imagine this, but much stronger and with a scythe with increased range, and I want to say some kind of magic attack. Oh, and more health, of course. There we go. The one problem with the blades is they're so short range. Yep, here it comes. This is gonna suck. That's right, that's all one attack, isn't it? Oh, Jesus, that. If we could reliably punish the leaping attack, we'd be in good shape. There we go. Damn. For an old man, he sure can move. And notice, he's called the Pthumerian Descendant. He's not, like, one of their leaders or what have you. Oh, dodge. No! No! How? Every time. Every time. And yeah, MC, I think what you pointed out is what keeps catching me here. Unlike every other humanoid boss we fought so far in the game, Father Gascoigne, the Shadows of Yhar'gul, even the NPC hunters, you can't stagger this guy at all. But he fights like a character you could. Let's try this one more time for the sake of my pride, and then call it. So clearly, well, we've got some workable intel here. One-handed blade is preferable to the two-handed blade. He's not necessarily ungodly strong. How many bullets do we have? Oh dear, just 20. Yeah. MC says he's weak to arcane and fire. I remembered fire, but the problem is arcane isn't our cane, isn't quite as powerful as I would like it to be. The Phantasm Shell, though, can we use this? No, we cannot, because again, it's already an enchanted weapon, quote-unquote. We deal magic damage, which is why he seems to be quite so squishy. The problem is just that he no-sells everything. And for most of his attacks, there's absolutely nothing in the way of wind-up. So, like, as soon as his animation for, say, recovering from his leaping attack or what have you ends, he can come out with something new immediately. Most bosses in the series can't. Now, the offset is, again, of course, if you actually, well, were good at this game and knew how to parry him, like, say, the Shadows of Yhar'gul, you could get him down to nothing very, very quickly. Alright, old Hunter Bone. Shit! MC says apparently you can use a wall to block him, but not sure I read that properly. You might be thinking of one of his appearances in a later dungeon. Some of these bosses do recur, even in the fixed dungeons. And one of them might have walls that, like barriers in the arena that you could use to, like, catch him. No, this one's just really hard for me for some reason. Both of the Pthumerian bosses are. Well, sorry, the final boss of the Chalice dungeons I know for a fact is also a Pthumerian, but they don't fight anything like this. Just the two, the Descendant and the Elder do, and they're friggin' nightmares. No pun intended. Now he does telegraph that heavy slash, that one right there. Hey, there we go. That might help. Oh, I blew it, but I made him vulnerable to a backstab during that. Surprised I didn't think of that earlier. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, he was vulnerable. I technically parried him. There we go. Just had to think nice and cheap. The Brady the Overanalyst way. So we got Twin Bloodstone. Nice. Thank you very much, MC. And the real prize here, the Bloodstone, or Lower Themeru Chalice. Now we can finally leave. After we read a little bit of lore to see what we'll be getting into tomorrow. Oh no, it's the same. What about the Hintertomb Chalice? Hintertombs are the peripheral catacombs of the old underground labyrinth. To this day, the Watchers continue to expand the Hintertombs, unceremonious catacombs filled with graves and death. Yeah, can confirm. So tomorrow, before we dive back into the main story content of Bloodborne, we're going to be fighting our way through Lower Thumerian Labyrinth and the first stage of the Hintertomb. Not necessarily in that order, depending on their relative difficulty. Again, I can tell you right now, Thumerian Elder is going to be a time and a half for us, but we can make it. Until then, thank you all so much for joining us today, whether you've been active in our Twitch chat or you're catching us after the fact as a VOD on YouTube. I want to thank you for being so kind and electing to share your time and yourselves with us today. Hope you've enjoyed what you've seen, and if you'd be interested in joining us live at some point, please feel free to drop into our Discord community, an active link to which is always available at the bottom of my Twitch page's description. Thank you so very much, especially for your patience today. I know we kind of just threw ourselves up against a couple walls, and it wasn't the most entertaining thing in the world to watch for maybe a good hour and a half, but we did make it through, which honestly is what the series is all about. Thank you all so much, and we'll see you again tomorrow afternoon. Take care.